Hey, hi, howdy, hello. um, so I'm gonna go start this by explaining this particular case. I have to turn my speaker off. So, in this particular case, what you're gonna see is this woman, aka mother, is in violation for truancy several hundred times. Like, it's bad. Like, just in a matter of months, the child was truant like 26 times. And the year before that, she was absent 64 times with no explanation. You can't withhold your kid from school. 64 fucking times. Hey, April. And the fact that this woman is not in jail, um, I don't get it. So the father petitions the court for custody and has his witnesses come through, and you know how that goes. And he brings up the fact that she's had violent criminals around her kid. Around her kid. Like multiple times, multiple criminals. And she asked the judge, how is that relevant? And the judge is like, that's absolutely relevant. You'll see. You'll see. It's insane. I can't understand. But yet she wants to argue that because some friends of his had a conversation to themselves that she didn't like, that's why her kid needed to stay with her. But yet she can bring violent criminals with 26 pages worth of offenses around her kid, and that's totally acceptable. This one is worse than Lori Jones, quite frankly. And I don't get it. I don't get how she's not in jail. Hey, Harry.
Absences. All right. And exhibit number 2 is the iChat.
Which defendant or which person?
Let me find them.
Okay.
And those are the only two exhibits that have been entered at this time.
Did we admit the friend of the court recommendation, investigation summary?
I don't think you did. I know we talked about it, but I don't think you officially entered it. I do have a copy of it here. Pursuant to court rule, the front of the court?
No.
Okay. Then all I'll be able to do is just review it pursuant to the court rule.
Can I ask that we admit it into the record?
I guess if admitting it into the record, does that mean that I can speak on?
Yeah, you can definitely speak. You can speak upon it as well.
Okay.
Because I will be reviewing it. But I'm going to give it the appropriate weight because the friend of the court worker is not here to testify and be cross-examined as to the underlying circumstances of their writing it. So pursuant to the rules of evidence, MRE 10110 or something. Yeah, there's a lot of ones and zeros in that one. I can never, but there is a court rule that says the court may review these documents. But I have to then only give it a certain weight. I can't give a lot of credibility because it wasn't cross-examined upon. But you may speak of it, and
Okay.
because you've reviewed it as well, so you may testify.
Yeah.
But that will be on your testimony. All right, Ms. Wright, what's your side of the story?
If I'm speaking of just the questions that
Correct.
I was
Correct.
I know, like, and you have
Oh, well, congratulations. I know you'll be sad, but good for her, though. Good for her.
the pot of money that I've been paying into and paid into to help with. It's happened twice now because I'm still waiting on disability. But luckily, I've been able to, I had that backup plan to take care of it so that I don't have to worry about it. I'm still waiting on the disability payments to start. Trying to think of what else we talked about, the house and utilities. Same thing with utilities. I mean, the times that, the couple times that we had been shut off, the bill.
Keeps fucking crashing. I don't know why this fucking thing keeps fucking crashing. Like, it keeps going poof, 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 and it's really pissing me off. Quit it.
but we've always, you know, I bought the house on my own and still have it, and our utilities are all on. Any little bumps in the road, there for that purpose to help when needed. As far as, I mean, okay, I don't want to speak about something that we haven't.
No,
Yeah.
if you go off a little bit, we'll give you some leeway
Okay.
because of the length of time. There was a lot that was gone over, and it was gone over
Yeah.
quickly.
As far as like schooling and stuff goes, I know, yeah, Vanna was tardy a couple times. She walks to school. It takes her a while to get up, and she would walk up and down the stairs to get to her class.
Ma'am, 63 times. 63 times is not a couple of times. Your daughter was absent or tardy 63 fucking times in one school year. There's no excuse for that. Like, kids with terminal illnesses aren't absent that much. And you received fucking truancy letter after truancy letter after truancy letter. And the truth of the matter is, she was absent because you couldn't get your tubby ass out of bed and get your kid ready on time. That's your fault as the parent, not her responsibility as a 10-year-old kid.
So I know that was brought up before, but also her absences. I know on my end, you know, she has a half day. I don't just let her stay home, or, you know, we don't have like personal days off. All the few times that she's been tardy, or you know,
Again, it wasn't the few times that she was tardy. It was 63 that was noted. And they even put in the documents at her school that they didn't count all of them. Your kid was late every fucking day. They didn't count every day. Mm.
I guess I don't have much more else to say. I know she's happy with having both of us. You know, there was a stretch of time that, with the history between Tyler and I and my current fiance, that we didn't get along great, and there was a stretch, you know, a couple months when everyone was getting along, and Vanna was thriving. You know, she's smiling, and, you know, Tyler would stop over here to say hi. I'd stop at the office to say hi to Vanna, and there was no issue. And it was like a good example of how co-parenting should be in my eyes. And then all of a sudden it's back to the opposite. You know, I don't want to speak too much. I think that's pretty much all that was touched on.
Okay. Mr. Chadwick, any other questions?
Well, for
One night, and that's what I just spoke about. That was actually, I worked with the truancy officer who spoke last time, and that was because I reached out to him and said that we were, it was like one of the times when during that consumer's ordeal, when they had no choice but to shut us off, and they paid for a night at America's Best.
that,
From the school through the I'm sorry, I don't remember which one's the officer's name, but if the funding came straight from him and like the school fund, they'd work together to make that happen.
You heard the testimony from the truancy officer on June 14th, is that right?
Yeah.
So first of all, the tardies, if you know
Just that. But if I don't know if you're assuming that all those tardies are on my time or more important instances where she's missing full days for no reason. I don't know. You know, I mean, even talking to Tyler, I mean, we both know how Vanna is in the morning and she can be a bear. But if you look at the actual missed days of school compared to tardies, and which parent had her on those days, I don't know if you've seen that yet.
Miss, ma'am, as far as the absences, there were 4 on his time, 23 on yours. And as to the tardies, there were 14 on his time and 67 on yours.
And I don't think that
Oh, 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 oh. 4 on his, 20 are on yours. 63 tardies on you and 14 on him. Or no, I think it was just 4. I'm going to replay that a couple seconds back. Ma'am, oh my God. Ma'am, first off, let me address the elephant in the room. It is your fucking responsibility to get your ass up and get your kid ready for fucking school on time. There have been times I didn't have a fucking vehicle, or my vehicle was in the shop, or whatever the reason may have been. My kids still got to fucking school on time. 15 minutes early, in fact. And if I can do that with all the obstacles I've had placed in my way, you ain't got an excuse. None. Zero. No excuse. Especially not for 63 fucking times. How you aren't in jail, I don't know. That poor kid. The dad needs to get that kid. Because that kid's education is suffering, and that I can't abide that.
like it sucks, but it's all almost straight up.
right.
Why wouldn't she be able to get her up early?
Morning as well as driving her. I mean, it's not a matter of, you know, just that.
Furthermore, why are you laughing? I don't get it. Why are you laughing? About your child's education suffering because you can't get your tubby ass out of bed and get your kid to school. That is basic shit, ma'am. Basic parenting 101. And you can't even do that half the time. Maybe if you spent more time, and this will come out later, maybe if you spent more time focusing on the needs of the kid and not your drug addict boyfriends, plural, and your personal drug addiction, maybe your kid would get to school on time.
But if I don't know if you're assuming.
And how the fuck are you gonna blame the child for not getting to school on time? How are you going to blame a 9 and 10-year-old child because they aren't getting to school on time? You are taking no accountability whatsoever here. And it is all your responsibility. You are the one with custody. Therefore, you are the one responsible for getting that kid up and getting them to school on time. I don't care if it's the other parent's parenting time. If that kid can't get to school on time at their house, you get up and you go over there and you get that kid to school. Period. The end. Why you're laughing about this is fucking beyond me. You need to, ma'am, you don't take any of this seriously. You're sitting there giggling and laughing when there's nothing funny. The only joke in the room is you.
More importantly, I guess, are the app. I don't know. I mean, even talking to Tyler, I mean, we both know how Vanna is in the morning, and she can be a bear. But if you look at the actual missed days of school compared to tardies, and which parent had her on those days, I don't know if you.
Ma'am, as far as the words and as to the tardies, that was broken down to. That's what was testified to.
And I don't think that is an accurate view.
Well, then you might want to relook at that, and you might want to sit down and figure out how to give some testimony on that, because that's what's admitted at this time. That's what the court is looking at.
Okay, that's what I actually am working on, because when they show like for the whole day, so I actually have a call in with the assistant supermarket as double.
No, ma'am. The school isn't going to mark you double for AM and PM. They're going to mark you absent if you're not there in the morning or the afternoon. They're not going to mark it double, dumbass. I know you're trying to obfuscate the responsibility. You're trying to deflect and gaslight, but that judge isn't stupid. And your guy over there, he cared enough about his children and their welfare to get a fucking attorney. You didn't care enough about her welfare to even look at the documents you got sent. Or present anything, because you thought, well, couldn't possibly be questioning you. Ma'am, you didn't even care about your kid enough to get a fucking attorney.
Or days that I know she was there, or if she showed up after she had a.
That's not what this record indicates. This record has afternoon and even and morning in the same day. There are 67 lines. I'm sorry, there are approximately 27 lines as to the tardy, so it's not duplicative.
That's not duplicative. Okay, I guess I'll keep reaching out to the superintendent to figure this out then, because even
each line goes day by day.
They knew with weeks on that printout where Tyler had her.
I don't know why you're grinning, but it's really irritating me that you're sitting here with a smug look on your face and they're telling you, no, ma'am, these aren't duplicates. This is an accurate report. It's been verified. And you're sitting there with a smug, arrogant look on your face, giggling and laughing. I can assure you that that judge right there, with the concerned look on his face, taking notes, is taking notes on your body language and how you are presenting to him that you don't care, and how you're blame shifting and how you're blaming the child for your incompetence. No, I don't get it, ma'am. Miss Holly, I don't get it. I don't get what you think is funny. But I can assure you that judge right there is taking note of your disgusting behavior, quite frankly. Ma'am, this is not going to end well for you.
Home on half days, full days, where they mark it excused, but the excuse is just the fact that the parent has called. There's no real excuse. Vegas and kept her home for the full day so that he could spend it with her before his trip. And then a half day that he kept her home the whole day just because it was a half day. So I guess I don't know if the absences, if they're marking the ones that I have. This is why I'm talking with the superintendent, because when we get the call and it says Savannah's been marked unexcused or Savannah's not here for the day, even though I've already walked her in and given her a note, if that's what's coming up on these papers or if it's actually real absence where she actually hasn't been there for the full day.
Okay. The only question, Mr. Chadwick, are you done?
No, I'm not done. I had
Okay.
a question about the tardies, 67 tardies, and your response was that she's a bear to wake up in the morning.
That would even drive her to school.
Okay.
But in addition to that, she is a bear to get up in the morning. But the 67 absences, if you match them up to the actual parenting time days, the tardies and absences all together, it should be pretty indicative of the issue.
The day before the Vegas trip, Tyler kept her from school. Isn't it true that he contacted you and asked if you would agree to that for having the day off?
He did contact me, but that's what I'm saying is
And you both agreed that she would stay home with him from school that day.
we did talk about it.
Okay.
Whether it I thought it was a good idea or not, that's a different story.
Talked about how there was a period of time when you and
Well, Tyler was getting.
But what she's saying isn't true, April. She is completely responsible for those 67 tardies and those 26, I believe it was, 24 or 26 absences. They looked at it. And his is arguably smaller by a landslide. And she's legitimately trying to blame him for her incompetence. They did look into it, they did check, and it wasn't him, it was her and her drug addict boyfriend, and she did not get them up early. She can't get out of bed until noon. And I agree, if there's already attendance issues, he shouldn't have kept her home either, but at least he didn't have 67 fucking tardies and 24 absences. Like, his numbers were reasonable because your kid's gonna get sick. They're gonna have doctor's appointments. They're gonna have this or that. And that's an excusable absence. "67 tardies and 24 absences is inexcusable." No, he had 4 absences, 4, and 14 tardies, which is still high, but arguably not as high as 67. She was late 14 times and tardy 4 times. His was not in the 20s. That was hers. She had 24 absences and 67 tardies. And when you calculate those numbers together, she was at least late every day of school with her, that she had her. This woman did not get her kid to school on time, not one time, the whole school year, if you calculate it. Because even the school officials tell you that he had her to the school on time. I am so aggravated at this woman because she's sitting here grinning and smirking and giggling and laughing. Nothing is funny about this.
We all looked at each other like, what is going on? Even Vanna said, Daddy wants to know why you're being nice, even though you're always nice. And
Could you wait for my question, please?
what was the question in that then?
And I would also ask that we strike the balance of that response.
Okay. And what's your question?
The question, hotel with Savannah. Is that something he should be concerned about?
I don't think so, not at all, because just like we spoke about the Vegas trip, Tyler knows every single thing like this. I mean, even on Easter, the Easter that we did have the power shut off, me and Tyler talked about it, and we asked Vanna what she wanted to do because of the Easter Bunny coming. And would it be better? I said it would probably be better for her to have Easter morning with Tyler at that point because I didn't want to do it at a hotel. Vanna said she'd rather be with me. So then Tyler brought an Easter Bunny up. I mean, it was up to the hotel that we were staying at. But at no point do I think he needs to be concerned or, I mean, he knows, I mean, we lived together for years before Vanna was born. And, we've had some of the situations like this in the past. So, the circumstances haven't changed at all, as far as what I would think his concern would be of, how much weight that would even have on him being concerned about anything.
Okay, I would, I understand this is not a jury trial. I would just ask that the court strike the hearsay statement.
I will give it the weight necessary.
All right, I have no
So,
further questions.
and I'll note that, by the way.
Thank
The only question that I would have is, does your daughter walk to school because you're too close for the buses to pick her up?
She does at times, but we also,
So she does live too close for the buses to pick her up.
yes, that is
Okay.
correct. Yeah, yes.
All right. But I've got it covered with all of your proposed exhibits and stuff.
Right, from my last
Yeah,
meeting.
she is with Mr. Coleman. Does she get to take the bus because he lives far enough away?
No, it's in a different school district.
Okay, so then Mr. Coleman, I guess I'd ask you the question. I realize you're not under oath. How do you get the child to school?
I drive her to school.
So you drive her every day.
Yes, sir.
Because so neither one of you have access to a bus service.
Correct.
I mean, I believe I do where I'm at. I did.
Yeah, but
Yeah, that is true. If you live within a certain radius of the school buses won't pick you up. And the reason her power got cut off, April, is because she was not paying her electric bill. Because she was too busy paying for rugs, alcohol, junk, getting her nails done, and frivolous bullshit and not paying her bills. That's why.
Yeah.
and you expect a first grader?
Pretty close to the mile marker for middle school, and that's what the cutoff is if you're within a mile. Then
Yeah. All right. I just wanted to know and to confirm why she walks. So
Yeah,
that
so
that was
in addition to her doctor, so we got to get in 2 to 3 walks a week for her health and her weight.
no, so
So
this is okay.
in the springtime, when it's nice out, exercise.
Mr. Chadwick, did you want to call your next witness?
Yeah,
Ma'am. And she's late because she's walking with her friends, you said. You said this. Why then, if she's got 67 tardies, why are you still giving her, the child, the option to do whatever the fuck she wants? I'm sorry, but if my kid's walking to school and they got 67 fucking tardies, they would never, by the way. I'm walking them to school. Way, 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 way before they get 67 tardies. I would have walked her ass inside the classroom 15 till before they got 5 tardies. If I get a notice saying my kid has 4, maybe 5 tardies, I'm walking their ass to school. Personally. And making sure that they get their little butts in that classroom before the bell strikes 8. Preferably 10, 15 minutes before the bell strikes 8. Matter of fact, I'm pretty good about getting them there about 7:15, 7:20 because they get breakfast. Your kid can't even sit down with her classmates and eat breakfast. And that is an insanely important part of the day because when they're set down, they're not in a rush, they're there, they're present, they're awake, they're at their school in the cafeteria, and they have 30, 40 minutes to sit there and enjoy and digest their breakfast before school, and they're ready to tackle the day because they've had a chance to sit there and casually eat their breakfast and have conversation and talk with all their friends. That social interaction first thing in the morning is very important to one of my kids. The oldest one doesn't really like people that much, so he would prefer to not so much be social in the morning. But my youngest, that's their favorite part of the day is getting to school early so they can sit down with their friends and have a casual breakfast and conversate and hang out and enjoy their friends first thing in the morning. And that gets them ready to tackle the day. And you're not affording your child that. And that is insanely incompetent of you. Inconsiderate also, and negligent, quite frankly. If your child is tardy 67 fucking times, why are you not walking her to school? I understand that she needs the exercise, and that could be a valid point. However, you do not have a valid point on why she was tardy 67 times. You should have tackled that at 5 tardies, not 67. There's no excuse for 67 tardies. None. Not when that girl's education is at stake and her social development, not to mention her processing skills and her social skills and you can't. No. No, ma'am. You should have walked her with her because from the looks of it, you could use the exercise too. You could definitely use the exercise it would take to walk her the measly mile to school and back. So get your ass up and walk her to school. If it's the exercise you're after. Quite frankly, I think it's because you're lazy and you don't want to get out of bed.
Yes, you should
Okay.
know that Ionia,
Is that okay? Ionia students are hardier. I got it. All right. Perfect.
all right, I would like to call Tyler. I'm not gonna call his mother. I'll just ask Tyler to take the stand.
Certainly. Yes. Well, speaking as a guy who used to who had an hour bus ride to school, and for the first 2 years, I would throw up every morning when I got to school because I was car sick.
Oh,
So, yeah.
that's a lot of people on the bus going up and down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was. And a lot of trying to get your homework done on the
Ooh.
bus on the way home, and then getting even more car sick because you're reading and writing on the way. But anyway, Mr. Coleman, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell
You are Savannah's father
Yes.
and the defendant in this case? Defendant, plaintiff, plaintiff, okay. Tell me about June 15 of last year. What did you observe?
So Holly had come to the house to pick up Savannah. Holly was quite frantic. She was crying, wanted to pick up Anna. Anna was scared.
Was it, whose parenting time was it?
It was Holly's. She pulled in the driveway. She was crying. I don't know why. Vanna didn't want to go. I told Holly to calm down. She asked for some water. I gave her water. She's going on and on about something about Vanna not loving her or something like that, or I don't really remember the full details. Vanna, sorry, I keep pausing. I'm just trying to remember everything. Then Vanna said, "Mommy, you're scaring me." And Holly was like, "Okay, well, just give me a hug." And then they hugged. And Vanna said, "I want to stay with Daddy." Holly had said, "When can they come get you?" She said, "I'll come with you tomorrow." And she said, "Okay." Then okay, give me one last hug. And then they hugged. Then Vanna kind of jutted back behind me. Holly was pulling her towards the vehicle. Holly was acting really, really different. Like she was under the influence of something. Just really abnormal, different. And then my mom had been on the porch. And I said, "Vanna, go on the porch, go stand behind grandma." And then Holly had made a beeline for the porch. And it's a complete like mood change. My mom had said to her, "Holly, you're scaring her." And then it's like a demon came out, and Holly said to my mom, "I'll beat your ass, bitch." And I looked at Holly, I said, "You need to leave right now. You just need to leave." And I stood between my mom. My mom's
Ma'am. And you're giggling, which tells me everything he's saying is the fucking truth. I believe this guy. I really do. I believe him because he sat there quietly this whole time. He's not fidgeting. He's not giggling. He's taking this very seriously. So this woman has obviously done some things that have him severely concerned, and I don't blame him. If my co-parent had 67 tardies and 24 absences with my kid, I'd be fucking furious. I don't find anything funny I don't know why she's giggling. She appears to be fucking high on something. Because she's got dark rings around her eyes. Her eyes are face is all puffy, like she might be on some kind of substance. And she keeps scratching all over the place. And she's got some signs of substance abuse. She acts like she's tweaking, which would not surprise me given her behavior and negligence. There's got to be something at play here. I can't make sense of it. I don't get why she thinks this is amusing, even slightly amusing, because it isn't. It isn't a bit amusing. It's disgusting. And the fact that she finds it funny makes it even that much more disgusting. It's not cute. It's not funny. I don't know why you're giggling. No, she doesn't care. Obviously. Ugh. She's not a fucking mother. She's an egg donor, and she's piggybacking off of the back of her kid. I guarantee you she's on every government benefit known to man. And that those government benefits is the only reason she's even here in custody court. Because I guarantee you, if she thought she could still get all those freebies from the government and not have the responsibility of raising the child, she would absolutely give the kid to the dad with no problems. But she is counting on those government benefits. Ma'am, your kid is not a paycheck. You're not meant to be living off of your kid. And if you are, then what is your excuse for being so fucking negligent? Oh, this pisses me off.
And just walk Holly back to her truck. She got in her truck. The next day, I believe I dropped off Holly, or not Holly, dropped off Savannah, not Holly's. That would have been 16th.
All right, let me set the stage. I should have set the stage earlier. June 15, 2023 was a Thursday night.
No, this would have been on the weekend, so it would have been 15th. Would have been
All right.
6th.
June 6th.
Yeah, this would have been on Saturday night, so this would have been Saturday night this happened.
So you're sure it was a Saturday night?
Yes,
Okay.
positive it was a Saturday night.
Okay. And that would be when the exchange would take place?
Yes,
Your house is not in the city, is that right?
correct.
You have a front yard
Yes,
and what kind of driveway?
gravel.
All right. And your house is set back from the road?
Yeah,
It's a paved county, country road?
yes.
All right. Was this the normal time she would come to pick up Savannah?
Then it's a little bit later.
All right.
It was probably 5:30, 6 o'clock
And this was the normal routine. She'd come to your house, Savannah would go to the car.
for the court order. Yes,
Was it unusual for Holly to get out of her car?
yes.
All right. You know whether she was licensed that night to drive?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And was there any police involvement that night?
There was not that night, no, but I did call the police because of the way she was driving.
All right. What did you observe?
Erratic driving, just out of ordinary behavior, like she was under the influence of something.
So you're talking about the donut in your front yard, or when she was on the road, was she driving?
Both.
Both? Okay. All right. Now, let's talk about when Savannah's at your house on a school day, what is the routine?
So on a school day, I wake her up around 7:20. She usually has her clothes, but as a rule, she has her clothes out the night before. I wake her up. After I got out of the shower and I get dressed, I wake her up. I have her brush her teeth. Then I give her time to get dressed. I'm usually out in the living room, kitchen area, doing my thing. You know, get myself on, take my meds, get everything around, get my shoes on, check my email if I have to.
Look at that smug, just arrogant ass look on her face. Some people, you may or you may not realize this, but during court, the judge will be assessing you and your body language, even down to your facial expressions, during certain testimonies, including your own. And they're a pretty good judge of character and characteristics, and pretty good at observations and making them. And this woman exudes defiance and arrogance and smugness. And I guarantee you, I would bet my last cookie that what this judge is doing right now, because if you notice, he's looking at the monitor. He's not necessarily looking at the bottom part of the screen. He's looking over to where she would be on his screen. If you mirror the image and you reverse it, essentially, where he would be looking in reference to his monitor would be the portion of the screen she is taking up. He's watching her. He's not looking at the man giving the testimony. He's looking at her. And he doesn't have a very pleasant look upon his face. I guarantee you he's reading her body language and assessing her as this man is speaking on her character. Because if I can see it, that man could definitely see it. I can see her smug arrogance from a mile away. Her attitude sucks. Her character sucks. And her behavior sucks. The way she is choosing to comport herself in court, the court of law, is a disgrace. Absolute disgrace. She is spitting in the face of justice. She is laughing in the face of that judge and the system, making a mockery of his office and the severity of this court proceeding. And I guarantee you, he does not appreciate it. Because one thing you may or may not realize about a judge is that they take their office very seriously. This is absolutely not a joke to that judge. And they do not take lightly to being disrespected. They do not take lightly to you disrespecting their office or their robe or the justice they spent their entire life upholding and fighting to uphold. I guarantee you that man takes the law more serious than he takes his own life. Every judge I've ever met has taken their oath to office very seriously. They would lob off one of their own limbs before they would ever disrespect their robe or disgrace their robe, disgrace their office. Most of them are good people trying to bring some righteousness back to this world that has been so corrupted. And they don't like it when people disrespect their office, their judicial system. They don't fucking appreciate it. And I guarantee you he's assessing her behavior as they speak.
We're usually out the door.
Exactly. Beware the night. And hello, gorgeous. So happy to see your face. And thank you for seconding that. I knew a judge and was goddaughter to a judge. And a judge did my adoption, the same judge. That man would have lobbed off his own arm before he disrespected or disgraced his robe. They take it very seriously. I would beg to argue that they take it more seriously than they take their own life. I've been okay. We won, by the way, and we're gonna be okay without going any further into it than that. We're gonna be okay. Finally, um, we finally have closure. Thank you for asking.
We'll start. Um, elementary school, do you live from the school, how many miles?
7.3.
How long does it take you if you were to drive straight from your house to the elementary school? Around 8, you said?
8 o'clock, 8:05 the latest. Sometimes
Where do you go?
Bigby.
On the way to the school?
Yes.
All right. Is that part of the routine that Savannah enjoys?
Yes.
All right. Is she allowed to have drinks at school, in elementary school?
Yes.
Okay. So after you take her to Bigby, you both get a drink?
Yes.
And then where do you go?
Right to school.
All right. Have you ever had trouble getting her to school on time?
No. Let me correct that. 3 times, but it wasn't super late. Maybe a couple minutes late.
All right.
And if it is, I walk her in and I sign her in. But that's just usually cover ourselves.
What's her attitude in the morning? Does she feel rushed?
Sometimes yes, but that's just
Thank you. I am not the only person who can vouch for that. Thank you, Beware the Night. Exactly. You can bet that most judges know more about a person through their demeanor than 50 witnesses saying the person's character. The person walks on water, and usually the judge is right. Yeah. That's why I kept trying to get through that this judge is not necessarily listening to what he's saying. I mean, he's taking it into account. But what the judge is doing presently is judging her character by the way she's behaving. He's doing what they call body language observation. And what a judge will do more often than not is he won't necessarily take what the testimony is. He's going to take your reaction to the testimony into account. Because the fact that she's sitting there laughing and giggling through 90% of these proceedings tells that judge that she's not only negligent, but she's arrogant, she's non-compliant, likely on substances because of her behavior. She doesn't take this court or these court proceedings seriously at all. And what he's doing is assessing her body language and not necessarily the testimony, but he's taking into account her reaction to the testimony. She thinks this shit is hilarious. It's not. Her reaction and her response to everything that's happened so far has been irregular. It's abnormal. Because any decent mother would never react this way in such a serious matter. She's making a mockery of this court and the judge, and she's literally laughing in their face because she doesn't respect his office. She doesn't respect the courts. She doesn't respect justice. She's laughing at them because she doesn't think that the judge can do anything to her or do anything about it. She's behaving very arrogantly. And I guess she finds that her negligence is just fucking hilarious. But, yeah, they do a floor up assessment. Exactly, yeah. But right now what he's doing is he's watching her, and just from my own personal experience with judges, what he is doing is reading her body language and her behavior. And it's not looking good for her because the look on his face when he looks at her is not a pleasant look. He is not buying any of her bullshit. Because if you noticed, it wasn't the lawyer that stopped her earlier. It was the judge that interceded and said, no, ma'am, you've had 67 tardies and 24 fucking absences. He asserted that, not the lawyer. And that means that that is something he is taking into account and he doesn't think it's funny. Yeah, she's fucked. But she seems to think she can get away with anything and that there's nothing they can do about it. And she thinks it's a joke. It's obvious she thinks this entire court proceeding is a joke. It isn't. She's about to lose custody. And she's too fucking ignorant to realize it. Laughing in the face of a judge is not a good idea. I find her arrogance insulting. I find her negligence and her smug fucking attitude insulting. Especially given how negligent she's been with the child.
Her. She usually gets hot lunch. She never has homework. She's had homework
I'm
maybe.
dating myself.
She's had homework maybe a total of 3 times,
Okay,
maybe 4 times this year, this past school year.
I don't think any kid needs. Been to Holly Wright's house
I have.
on occasion.
I go there every time when I drop her off.
Have you been inside the house? Seen what's inside there?
I've been inside. I was inside the house in December.
2023, this past December.
Correct, when she was taking Booker Stoner out of the house.
Who's she?
Holly,
Who's Booker Stoner?
a person that lived in the home,
All right. Why was your presence necessary?
in case Booker was gonna get out of hand.
Did anybody ask you to come over to the house?
Holly did.
Okay. So you went into the house. What did you observe?
It was a little messy. Say the least.
Well, describe it for us.
It was messy.
objectively. What would you
It was messy.
tell someone that you saw?
There were dirty dishes on the counter. There was the dog, Bernie, took a poo on the floor. Holly left it for a little bit.
Did she eventually clean it up?
Not while I was there.
Okay.
There was beer cans and Fireball bottles outside.
Fireball bottles, that's an alcohol.
Yeah.
All right. Did you see any? Indication of where Savannah sleeps? Does she have a bedroom, her area? Or did you observe any of that?
I haven't seen her bedroom. I've only been told what's in her bedroom.
Mr. Coleman, so that I can, for my notes, when was this?
It's in December.
Okay, December of 2023.
Correct.
Okay. Please Please proceed. I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure I had the right timeline.
Yeah. Did you see, Savannah's room, her area where she sleeps?
I haven't seen it, no. That was my, she's the been only described it to me,
Okay.
so.
Would you say the house was safe in that condition? Tell me more about Booker Stoner.
I'm sorry, can you just, I just didn't hear what you said when you said, was this house safe? I didn't hear your answer.
Could you repeat that answer, sir, then?
About the house being safe. What was your opinion?
It was very messy. And not really the greatest.
Was it safe?
I don't think so.
Okay. Tell me about Booker Stoner.
I
mean, what did Holly tell you about him?
Holly told me that he had broken into the house, to the basement. This was after she had kicked him out of the house. She didn't feel safe with him in the house.
I mean,
You can cross-examine. So take notes, ma'am, and then you may cross-examine when you get a chance to question this witness.
okay, just because he's saying that I said.
I don't know what the fuck happened with my microphone. It crashed. But I want you to keep in mind that this person he's talking about breaking into the house was around her kid at one point before the break-in. There's also another man that this woman allowed around her 10-year-old little girl with a police record 26 pages long. This man's record was 26 pages. 26 pages of criminal offenses, and that's who she left alone with her kid. Yeah. But you turned your shit around, man. You got a grip. And that's what counts. You did all the things necessary to right the wrong you did. You took accountability for your actions too, which is something this woman is not doing.
Said stuff, and I just.
You may counteract that, yes. Yeah, the alleged statements that the parties have stated to each other are party admissions and allowable. They are not hearsay under the court rules. So you can talk about what you've heard each other say. Because then, as you just,
And then
you can cross-examine on them.
okay,
You may also call yourself as a witness to testify to what you
Okay.
believe you said.
perfect.
So
Oh.
please proceed, Mr. Chadwick. Sorry for the interruption.
Sorry.
I think you stopped where he had broken into the basement.
There was a time where Holly, this is leading up to where where Holly had asked me to come to the house.
Uh-huh.
She didn't feel safe with Booker there. She had kicked Booker out, told him to leave, get his stuff, get out. He left. Well, he came back. This is Holly's mom.
Okay.
He came back through the basement and like head upstairs somewhere in one of her like attic spaces up there. She didn't feel safe with him there.
Were you the only other adult in the home besides Holly, right?
Yes.
How were you able to extract Booker from the attic?
Well, I wasn't there. I wasn't there for that one. She had told me about that.
Oh, okay.
Then she told him to get out.
But in December of 2023, you were in Holly's house and Booker was there.
Correct. As he was packing his stuff finally and leaving
Okay.
and getting out
So you were there just to observe that
to
happen.
make sure he was getting his stuff and getting out for good. Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me anything else about Booker? Did Holly tell you she had at one point allowed him to stay in the home?
Yes, she did.
All right.
She admitted it to the FOC investigator as well too.
Uh, trying to see if we did a background check for him. Good. So I'll move on.
He's passed away, so I don't know if that's
I
even-
think that takes him out of the
It does.
consideration of it being a problem at this point.
yeah.
I'll take judicial notice of that. And there is case law that says if the problem,
Yes. But while he may be quote unquote passed away, it does show a pattern of behavior where you're allowing violent criminals in your home around your kid. That's the relevance here, ma'am. I know you don't get that because you're fucking dumb, but the reason this is relevant is because you have a propensity for allowing violent criminals who are not her father to be alone and around her. Violent criminals who are not just violent criminals but have committed violent acts on women, females, and your daughter is a female. And these violent criminals you've had around your daughter have been convicted of violent crimes 26 pages long on females. That's amazing. Congratulations. That's what I was talking about earlier. I just didn't want to out that. But that's what I was referring to when I said I was proud of you. Good job.
is gone, it's no longer an issue for the court.
All right.
So-
So food, heat, electricity, water, and hotels. What did Holly tell you?
She told me that she was staying in during the hotel time. She's been staying in hotels because there's no electricity. There's no water. Electricity kind of falls under heat because it's the same bill.
All right. When she was staying in the hotel, were you aware that she and Savannah were in the hotel?
Yes.
But, I mean, when you did parenting time exchanges, were you aware that some of those had to take place at the hotel?
For a time, no, I wasn't. Then I just kind of caught on. Man had told me, so then I asked Holly, and
You would have been me, right?
What did Holly say?
This is really getting under my skin. I mean, really bad. This is getting under my skin. With her laughing and giggling is really pissing me off, considering the severity of what's going on here.
Answer the question. What did Holly say?
she finally admitted to it. Yes,
Admitted what?
that she was staying in a hotel because she had no heat or electricity.
All right. So you observed that she was in a hotel and she admitted that she was in a hotel. What is the longest period of time that Holly was staying in a hotel with Savannah?
Pretty close to a month.
Close to a month?
Yes,
All right. She's still correct. What makes you say that?
time that she was there at her house. It was between Super 8 and Fairgrounds.
I know it, but can you tell us a little location of it? It's in the city of,
It's in the city of Ionia across from the Fairgrounds.
at the hotel in the city of Ionia.
Okay,
Where is the Super 8 located?
south of Ionia by the expressway,
About how many miles south?
5 or 6.
How many occasions did you go 5 or 6 miles south of Ionia to pick up Savannah at the Super 8 hotel?
2 or 3.
And how many occasions did you go to the hotel in Ionia to pick up Savannah?
1.
All right. Were these different periods of time or one long period of time? And I mean, was this all one after the other, or were there just various sporadic occasions when you were assigned to go to the hotel to pick up Savannah?
There was a couple times I went out to Super 8. There was one time I went down to electric power or heat.
All right. What about water?
They just stay at the house when there's no water.
They stay at the house when there's no water?
Mhm.
Did that affect Savannah?
Yeah, because she can't bathe or brush her teeth or
Yes, I don't know if I can object to that.
You may
Can I-
object, but on what basis? You may object, but on what basis?
Just because saying that we would stay here if there was no water is not accurate at all.
Okay.
I
In
mean,
that
I don't-
case, that's not an objection. That is
Okay.
a cross-examination
Okay, all
as to
right,
how he would know that or how he even,
right.
and then you may testify as to what you believe
Okay.
happened. You
Gotcha.
were there too, so you may
Right.
testify as to what you believe happened.
Okay,
Okay? All righty.
How do you know there was no water in the house if they were still in the house?
Holly admitted it to me.
All right. How many times did that happen?
One time for sure.
All right. In the past year, in the past 12 months, has Holly forfeited any parenting time?
Yes,
About how often has that happened?
2 to 3 times.
And each time she forfeited parenting time, were you aware ahead of time that she was forfeiting parenting time, or did you find out after?
Oh no, afterwards
What did she tell you?
she forgot.
I'm going to show you a picture, perhaps. I learned how to do this on the 14th, and now everything I learned is flushed away. Time will do that.
Just have it on your screen. And if a picture of Sharon, if a picture of Sunny and Cher come up, I'm just going to laugh.
All right. I'm sharing this picture. Can you describe this picture to
Yeah, because that's the kind of person you need around your 10-year-old daughter. Because that's a great character to have around your child. That looks like a great parental figure right there.
me?
Yeah, that's Paul Hester.
All right. You're familiar with who that is?
Yeah, it's somebody that's frequenting Holly's house.
All right. Can you describe the picture?
It's a tattooed person with a machine gun tattooed on his forehead and a bunch of other tattoos on his face.
I don't know if it's appropriate, but can I question the relevance of even bringing him up?
Bring them up. But
I'll
Yes.
ask her.
I was going to say, you're going to have to do cross-examination, but at the same time, I'm thinking that Mr. Chadwick, this would have been more.
Ooh, was that the first serious response we got from the mother? She wasn't offended when they were bringing up the 67 fucking tardies or the 24 absences, but she gets upset about them bringing up this violent criminal that she's had in her home with her kid. That reaction tells me a lot of things about that woman. It's very telling, ma'am, that you don't get upset about your negligence to your child, but you get upset that they bring up that you're having violent criminals around your kid and you question the relevance. Ma'am, it is absolutely relevant that you're having violent criminals with a 26-page long record around your child. Absolutely relevant.
Appropriate to bring up with her to find out who he is and if he is visiting to the house. I'm not sure what
Yeah.
basis Mr. Coleman has for this. Has he seen her at the house? Has he seen him at the house?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Probably right. I probably got a lot more questions I should have asked Ms. Wright before I. But
Yeah.
it was 11:40 to go,
Yeah.
and
Yep, I understand. So,
anyway,
but
hindsight's
I'll
20/20.
I'll take this tongue-in-cheek testimony and allow cross-examine on it. So, but
I did not take this picture. No, it came off Facebook.
Okay. And what is there a page on Facebook where you saw this picture?
It's Facebook.
All right, you saw the picture on his Facebook page.
Yes.
All right, and you've seen him outside of this picture?
Yes.
So that you could recognize this man as Paul Hester.
Yes.
How did you occasion to see this man, Paul Hester, other than this picture on his Facebook page?
He's at Holly's house.
All right, you saw him there?
Yes.
Approximately when was that?
May.
Of this year?
Yes.
All right.
Can you repeat your answer? Sorry, I didn't hear.
he saw him at your house sometime this year.
Oh, okay.
unfortunately.
Okay.
Specifically May of this year. That was your testimony?
Correct.
Okay.
May of this
May.
year?
Oh.
Okay.
Now, this is our
Okay.
upload to the.
Yeah, I
court
know that
commission.
this is the problem that I have, that I keep moving around, is this 3 and realize you needed to. So this will be the court's exhibit number 5 now.
This is the person she's had in her home around her kid, by the way. Remember that, because that will become important here in just a few moments. I cannot believe she had the audacity to ask how this was relevant. This is absolutely relevant.
Number 4. Got it. Okay.
All right. And are you aware whether Mr. Hester has a criminal record? Yes.
Yes, I am.
Okay. And how do you know what his criminal record is?
Case search. Public information.
Okay. I'm jumping. You can't see what I'm doing, but it's attached. Oh, it is. Okay. So that exhibit 8.
I found it.
All right, exhibit 8. I had it on the screen.
Yes.
It's more than just a picture of Mr. Hester. There's also a background history.
Oh, sure. And I lost my place. Great. I just found the picture. I wish you would have told me there was something behind it.
Yeah,
All right. Never mind. I'll find it again.
the total exhibit is. Well, I can't get to the bottom of it. There we go. 26 pages. The first of which is a picture, and the rest of it is criminal history. Can you tell us, and I'll share screen again.
Okay.
All right. When you observed Mr. Hester's criminal history, what did you see?
Stalking, an aggravated stalking charge.
Yeah. I mean, this is
That got, but if you go down further on it, it got pled down to a stalking charge.
Mr. Kometz, I feel so cheap doing this. The Supreme Court's zeal for Zoom hearings kind of turns witness testimony on its head when I'm able to show him the answers on the screen.
Right.
So
Right.
at it in real time. I guess we've already admitted this. I just want to make
Right.
clear.
I'm just trying to figure out where it ends.
Yeah, well, it's 26 pages total.
And I guess it's with the idea of not going through, I don't understand the relevance of it.
The
Which I know
relevance is, one of the things that can be
but-
argued, ma'am, is that you're exposing this child to dangerous individuals.
Okay.
And whether or not you know they're dangerous is the question. But at the same time, if you are continuing to have dangerous individuals come to your
Right.
house, we just had a testimony of somebody that you had in your house that you had to remove from your house, who broke into your house, who you were scared of, and the child would be exposed to that person. So
And- I guess that's, again, you only have heard his side, so I guess that's where,
Right.
all right. I just wanted to, in lieu of wasting time, I just didn't.
Unfortunately, this isn't a waste of time. This is what the court
That's
needs
fine.
to hear. And
Okay.
the court then needs to hear your side of the story. That's why you're both here.
All right, so I would just ask to officially admit all 26 pages of this Exhibit A. And it's Court Exhibit 4, and just include all the criminal history along with the picture.
Okay. Miss Wright, any comments? Any objection?
I mean, it's irrelevant. And if it's just the case history, if it's the case history of somebody.
If you're objecting to relevance, if there's evidence that you have this man at your house and this child is at your house and he has a history of violence and stalking, that is a concern of the court.
Oh, it
Yeah.
is? Okay, good. Perfect.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
No, it's a large concern. Now I'm going to go back to trying to
Okay.
count 26 pages. All right. So yeah, I will enter this as exhibit along with exhibit number 4.
Thank you.
I think it's longer than 26. I counted wrong, but
To my left.
There it is. Okay.
they're not paginated, so it's hard to tell. And then I took it all the way back to exhibit number 9. So that should take care of it.
I often tell clients, this is not like court TV. This is not like a small conversation. It's almost intended to be boring. And my prophecy is coming true. So again, I apologize for not being very entertaining with this evidence, but
It is what it is.
what we
As
need.
long as the evidence is relevant, that's really what I need. And we'll see what the other side has to say, because it's, a one-sided conversation. You can convict a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Right.
All right, now I have another picture that
Okay.
Explain to me how that's not relevant. You're having these people around your child, which is a cause for concern. Absolutely. I mean, look at that person. I mean, if you don't want to look at them, look at their 26-page long record.
in my exhibits. This one came in later. So
Okay.
I'm going to ask the witness to describe the picture, and that his testimony of describing the picture might just be enough. I don't think I need
Okay.
to see this picture. But
Okay.
You see on the screen, Mr. Cole,
This is Paul Hester with a gun in Holly Wright's house.
Okay.
and how did you come across this picture?
Facebook,
All right, and it was on whose website, whose Facebook page?
Paul Hester's.
All right. And why do you say this is Holly Wright's house?
Same paint. I've been in this room before. The back driveway to our house.
All right.
This is the studio, the music studio. Or it was the music studio at one point.
All right. What is Mr. Hester doing in the picture?
Playing with his thumbs, I don't know, standing there with a gun in his pocket.
Pocket. Where's the gun holstered?
On his left hip. The
Aye. All right, Ms. Brown. And are there any other people in the picture?
No,
All right. So, your concern is that Mr. Hester, well, tell me what is your concern about Mr. Hester being in Holly's house?
that is unsafe.
I'll stop the share on the picture.
I would like to note for everyone watching this right now. Notice the smug, arrogant look on this woman's face. And pardon the chewing noises. My doggo is eating his pig ear very loudly. The level of arrogance and smug ass fucking bullshit on her face right now. Look how smug and arrogant she looks. And she's laughing. She thinks it's amusing. She thinks it's funny. And she's giggling and laughing and having the best time. While they're sitting there talking about a violent criminal she's had in her home around her kid. And she thinks it's funny and irrelevant. She thinks that the fact that she's had violent criminals around her kid irrelevant. Let that sink in.
You happen to know how Ms. Wright knows Mr. Hester?
Through Matt Preston.
All right. All right, let's move on. Let's talk about your house. What kind of amenities do you have for Savannah at your house?
Meeting amenities.
Is there heat in the house, water, food?
Heat, water, there's food. She has her own bed. She has her own phone.
Who else lives in the house with you?
My mom,
Anyone else?
no,
How many bedrooms are in the house?
2.
So when Savannah's at your house, where does Savannah sleep?
Her and I share a bed.
All right, share a bed or a bedroom?
Bedroom.
She has her own bed?
Yes.
All right,
I'm sorry. You were breaking up a little bit. You said, can you just repeat the answer?
she has her own bed?
Yes.
All right,
That, okay. When you asked if they'd shared it, oh, never mind. Sorry, I'll ask when it's my turn.
you recently had a fire at your house?
Correct.
Tell me about that.
It was an electrical fire. Old heat tape was underneath new heat tape. Caught on fire. Been fixed. The electrical inspector came and inspected it, passed it. The repairs were made to everything that needed to be repaired.
When did that fire happen?
May 4th this year.
Are you back in the house?
Yes.
Was there a time you had to leave the house?
Yes.
Where did you live when you left the house?
My mother went to we stayed in a hotel for 4 days. Then I stayed at a friend of mine's house. My mom went to our cousin's house. And we were there. 2 weeks. That Friday.
When Savannah was with you for parenting time, did she go to those other locations with you?
Yes.
Are there any more repairs that need to be done here? Bring your house back to habitability.
Not defined habitability.
Well, yeah, ability to live there.
No,
Okay,
we're living there now.
okay. Let's move on to Kristen Preston. And if you could confirm, Mr. Kmetz, I'm no longer sharing my screen. Is that correct?
Right,
Okay, good.
correct.
And I'm sorry, and I hate to keep interrupting. I just wanted to make sure. So she was in jail and currently in a halfway house. So I don't know if just similar to like Booker, like she's
Not necessarily. This one is a
Okay,
little different. I need to know what contact she has and what contact she's capable of having, and whether you're going to continue to have contact with her in that house when your child is there,
Yeah.
and why she would be a danger. The
Okay.
reason that I was able to cut the other one so short is that we know there's not going to be no more contact.
okay.
All right, I'm sharing what we had submitted earlier as exhibit 6.
And I found that one. So I found it again.
Yet another criminal you've had around your kid actively quite a few times. Imagine that. Now that is 3 criminals within the space of a year that you've had around your kid.
All right. And can you describe the picture that you see on the screen?
That's Kristen Preston. It's her MDOC information.
Have you seen her before in person outside of this picture?
Yes.
All right. And the person in the picture appears to be Kristen Preston.
Yes.
I'll move for the admission of this exhibit. I think
Exhibit number 5.
I think it was 6.
Well, you didn't admit the other guy's picture. Remember, you said just a description of it.
Yeah, court exhibit number 5. Thank you.
Okay, any objection to this, Miss Wright? Or-
It's
I
the
guess
pic- it's the pic-
yeah. Is the picture what?
that's what the exhibit is, the picture, or
It's the
And also-
entire, it's the entire Michigan Department of Corrections report.
fine.
Yeah,
That's-
unfortunately, that's public, so
Yeah, there's
it
no.
doesn't, and it's kept in the normal course of events, which means it's not prepared for this trial. It may be prepared for somebody else's trial on the criminal division, but not for the purposes of the civil trial. So it doesn't fall within the boundaries of hearsay. So
Yeah,
we'll go ahead and enter that as an exhibit. Now you may question upon it, sir.
All right. Are you aware whether Ms. Preston was in the house where Savannah is staying with her mother?
She has been, yes.
All right. Last name is Preston. Is she related to Ms. Wright's boyfriend, Matthew Preston?
Yes, they're cousins.
Okay. You know this?
Yes.
All right. And what periods of time are you aware that she was in the house? In Ms. Wright's house?
I would say 21, 22, as far as I know.
All right. Was she the subject of a CPS investigation in 2022?
I believe so, yes.
And you're aware of that because why? Don't look at my notes. In 2022, were you informed that she should not be in the house?
Oh, yes. That's CPS investigation. Yes. Yes, CPS documented that she shouldn't be in the house around Savannah. Yes.
Worker that was investigating?
When Kristen Preston's name was mentioned, they're like, oh, yeah, we know her.
Okay. And
And they specifically told Holly not to have Savannah around Kristen.
okay. That was what year and month, if you remember?
When the CPS investigation was done and over with, that was, I want to say August of 2020. August or September of 2020.
Okay. Are you aware whether Ms. Preston continued in the house after that point?
Yes, she did.
Do you care to venture why Kristen was under investigation for child abuse? She was a violent drug addict criminal, and this drug addict bitch had her around her kid numerous times after CPS told her this is not someone you need to have around your kid. I'm sorry, but no, I'm not actually. I'm not a bit sorry. If CPS tells me you can't have this kind of person around your kid, guess what? They're not around my kid. Period. I don't care how nice they are or how awesome they are. No. The answer is no. Absolutely not. This woman has a bad habit of having violent criminals around her kid, and she doesn't think it's relevant. It's absolutely relevant when the person's crimes are against a child and you have them in the house with your child. If they would commit violence against their own children, they would absolutely commit violence against yours. You fucking idiot.
Did Ms. Preston have any pets while she was staying in the house?
Karma.
Karma is,
I was a pit bull.
all right. And what can you tell me about Karma the pit bull?
Karma bit my daughter in the face.
When did that happen?
December 19th, 2022.
Okay.
What date? I'm sorry again.
December 19th, 2022.
And
You
whose
were-
dog was this?
It's Kristen Preston's dog, but
This was okay.
but it was under the care of Holly Wright.
Okay.
All right.
Onto all those.
Would Holly have been aware that Karma the dog was a dangerous dog?
Yes,
Why is that?
because it attacked the neighbor's dog and attacked somebody in Belding as well.
All right. Would Savannah have been aware that Karma the dog was a dangerous dog?
Yes,
Why is that?
because it killed her kitten
When did that happen?
shortly before it bit Vanna in the face.
After Savannah was bit, was she taken to the hospital?
Thank you. Beware the night. If you are neglecting your child to the point you have 67 fucking tardies and 24 absences, and you allow your child to get bit in the face by a violent dog, and you have multiple violent criminals in your home around your kid, you are not a mother. You are an egg donor. Going forward, ma'am. I will no longer be addressing you as a mother. Because you aren't one. You're a fucking cunt, is what you are.
Yes,
What happened to Karma the dog?
eventually she was put down.
After attacking Savannah, Karma was put down.
Yes,
And she couldn't care less. Have you noticed the smug look on her face? She's grinning. She thinks it's funny that her kid got her face bitten by this dog. She thinks it's amusing that they're even bringing any of this up. Because she still doesn't think any of this is relevant. And it absolutely is. She still thinks this is a joke. Exactly, classic. Yeah, me too. She thinks this is a joke. She thinks it's funny. This woman could not care less about the trauma she has inflicted upon her kid. She couldn't care less.
When you find it, speak up. So, there it is. Yeah. Okay, so let's start with this one. This is the exhibit 5 that we submitted earlier.
You can quit twirling your nappy ass fucking hair, ma'am. You're not cute. None of this is cute. Exactly. I hope so. She's sitting there twirling her hair and giggling and smiling and laughing. I hope he wipes that smirk the fuck off her face.
I'll share it.
Wait, your exhibit 5 or the one I just marked as exhibit 5?
This is my exhibit 5.
Okay.
We would propose it as court exhibit 6.
Okay. I have it.
And
Well, Ms. Wright, any objections? And this is a incident report from the Ionia County Animal Shelter.
Oh, no, that's fine. We can
Okay.
answer that.
All right, that'll be entered as court's exhibit number 6.
thank you. All right, I'm looking for a date on this. Looks like the date of the incident is 3/09/22. Do you see that, Mr. Coleman?
Yes,
All right. Is that consistent when you recall this incident happening? Or recall seeing the report?
this would have been from the one up in Belding.
Okay. So in this incident, Karma the dog attacked another dog.
This was a document that I had FOIA from.
Okay. I'm having a conversation with my past self. I put this together because it does say that the dog is the owner of the dog is Kristen Preston. Yes. And that she was aware that the dog, Karma the dog, had attacked another dog. I guess that's all we need that exhibit for. We'll have another exhibit. All right. I think I'm still sharing.
You are.
Okay, so this is what we had submitted to the court as exhibit 4, and we would propose it as court exhibit 7.
Let me find it. Of exhibit 4. Exhibit 6 seems to have a secondary report behind it. You showed the first page indicating the incident of the dog on or about March 17th, 2023. There is a secondary portion in that that is from Saturday, October 15th, 2022.
That would have been when the dog. the
I
cat-
understand, but is that part of an exhibit or are you entering that as another exhibit?
I prefer to just keep them all as one.
Okay, because there was no testimony on the last 2 pages. I don't want them dangling in the background.
Okay.
So let's finish with court exhibit number 6 before we move on to trying to enter court exhibit number 7. Because I also want, Ms. Wright, you have these exhibits, they were sent to you.
Yeah.
You may cross-examine on these when it's your turn to cross-examine. Okay,
Okay.
All right, so this, the last 2 pages of Court Exhibit 6 gives us a report date of 10/15/2022. Do you see that, Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
All right. And I'm scanning right now, but I see that the name Holly comes up and Kristen comes up and Holly's boyfriend Matt's name comes up. So can you summarize what this report tells us?
This is a report from when Karma either broke her leash or jutted out the door and went and attacked the neighbor's dog. The neighbor Keegan, I don't know his last name. But Karma attacked the neighbor's dog.
All right, and this would be 2 months before Karma attacked Savannah, correct? All right. So we move for this admission of the last 2 pages of Exhibit 6.
Okay. Well, it'll be marked as exhibit 6 in its totality on issues with the dog. I just
Okay.
wanted to not let something that had a different factual basis and time to just be ignored and just thrown into the exhibit list without it being on the record and then being allowed to cross-examine so that the court can review it and so can it be cross-examined upon. Or that was a lengthy sentence. Anyway, yes, ma'am.
Can we make sure that I just want to make sure that all pages of that. with
It
the-
says there is a 2-page, it's one of 2 pages and there's a back page that
Okay.
really doesn't have anything on it except it was submitted by a detective, Alec Lynn.
Oh, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah,
that-
it's a 2-page document. The first half of exhibit 6 is also a 2-page document.
Okay.
All right.
So now.
But that way you know that it's in evidence, ma'am, and you may cross-examine on it. And that was the reason I
Yeah.
did that.
Thank you.
All right, please proceed, Mr. Chadwick. Sorry for the interruption. I'm just trying to get it right.
Yeah, so I've got what's been marked, what we've submitted as Exhibit 4. This is our proposed Court Exhibit 7.
Okay,
The report-
and that is also so marked.
It is a total of 4 pages. And the last page is a picture.
Okay,
I move for the admission of Exhibit 7.
all right, ma'am, any objection to this one?
Can you just, sorry, like.
This is a report and investigation of an animal bite.
Oh,
It
that's
is,
fine.
it is also the issue concerning the bite, and the picture is of your daughter
Yeah.
and her face after the dog bit her.
That's fine. Yep.
Okay, that will be marked as court exhibit number 7.
I apologize. I'm able to zoom in.
No need to
before, but-
apologize. No need to
What was that?
apologize. Like I said, I just want you informed,
Yeah.
the court's being informed, and everything stays above board.
Thank you.
All right, Karma has been put down, Mr. Coleman, but is there another dog in the home that you're aware of?
There's 2 other dogs. The dog Bernie. And then there's a dog, Apollo, another pit bull.
All right, how do you know this?
Seen them both.
Okay. Apollo's a pit bull. Does it belong to Ms. Preston or Ms. Wright? Do you know?
That belongs to Matt's daughter, Torrance.
Okay,
It belongs to whose daughter?
Matt's daughter, Torrance.
she's in a,
Oh yeah, she's absolutely cocky enough to represent herself. She's absolutely pro se, and that's what that means for those of you not familiar with the judicial system. Pro se means you're representing yourself. And yes, She is pro se. She does not have a legal representative. She is representing herself pro se. And she absolutely is a fucking idiot. But to be fair, the best legal attorney on the bench couldn't have defended this woman's actions or lack thereof. She could have got the best legal representation in the country and still lost this case.
Adult or a minor child?
Adult, so I think, pretty sure.
Okay.
She's
Both
what?
dogs?
She's 16.
Torrance?
Apollo. I'm sorry. The girl. Torrance.
I think she's 18.
Okay. And you said it was Matt's daughter,
Yes,
and she lives in that house.
yes.
Okay. All right. And the other dog?
Yes.
My name's Bernie.
Well, okay, Miss Wright, hold on. I guess you can clarify. Is she 18? Is she?
Okay, that's what I didn't want to.
No
Yeah,
problem.
She's 18 and she's back and forth between our house and her mom's house.
So for visitation.
So she's right now, because it's summertime, she's out here for a little bit longer than at her mom's. But yeah, back and forth.
Okay.
Adult, so she kind of.
Again, the dog. Her and the dog are in the house.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Next, I'm sorry. Thank you for the interruption, and sorry for the interruption,
Yeah.
gentlemen, because I wanted to keep it with my notes in order. Okay.
Okay.
Is there a problem, gentlemen?
Oh, it's 3:51 and it's parenting exchange time right now, 4:00.
Oh, okay. Then go ahead and go.
I just wanted to let you know and let Ms. Wright know that Ms. Coleman is going to go get Savannah.
Oh, okay. So we're going to continue.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know whether you meant that you wanted to recess or not. Okay.
No, we're all
Oh.
set. Thank you.
Yeah.
Tyler, your
That's a
mom's
sh-
trying to get her.
Yeah,
Yeah.
can you have Vanna meet
Yeah.
my mom at the bottom of the driveway? So she doesn't
Yeah.
drive up that driveway.
Yeah.
Can we take like a 5-minute break then, just so I can go get Vanna?
Sure. We can adjourn for 5 minutes, of course.
Okay, that way I can make sure she meets your mom.
Again, the court tries to do what's in the best interest of a kid, and keeping a kid's normal routine is in the best interest of a kid.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
When you are still under oath, Mr. Chadwick, please proceed.
Now, during the break, I was informed that 2 witnesses, very short witnesses, I have been waiting on.
Do you want to get them in and out?
Yeah, if I can come back to
Okay.
Tyler later.
Yeah, we can reserve on that. And I do the same for you, Miss Wright. If you got witnesses you want to have go first, let's get them in and out. I didn't realize we had any witnesses that were waiting. Otherwise, I would have told you, get them in, get them out. The parties are always here.
Mhm.
Right.
I don't like to waste people's times. So are they physically present in your office, Mr. Chadwick?
No, they're on Zoom.
Okay, who are we looking for first?
Heather Hoppo.
Heather, come on down.
That person was in the waiting room, but not anymore. I just have Gordon Taylor.
Then let's check with Gordon Taylor, and you can give the other one a call and tell him to come in about, 10, 15 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, bring in the one.
5 minutes.
Time is relative.
Right.
Depends on what side of the bathroom door you're sitting on front of. Mr. Taylor, welcome, sir. You've been called as a witness in this matter. So Gordon Taylor, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in giving testimony?
I do.
All right, please proceed, Mr. Chadwick.
Mr. Taylor, you are familiar with Coleman?
Yes.
All right. How do you spell your last name
TAYLOR
and your first name?
GOR. Good friends, and we do a lot of work.
You own a business together?
Yes.
What's the name of that?
A couple different variations of it, but Dragon Connected and Dragonfly.
All right. You're not part of Redbeard?
Not officially, no. But I
Okay.
do a lot of work under him. Yeah.
And you install computer systems, networking, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And you're coming to us from a cell phone that looks like it's in your lap and making us all dizzy. Is that true?
I know there's a laptop in my lap.
Oh.
I was going to say, that's not what I'm seeing.
Right.
Miss Wright, how about you?
No, it looks fine. It
Okay.
looks like a
Mr. Chadwick, I think it's just you. Maybe you want to check your glasses.
It's water in there.
Yeah, okay. All right.
All right. So you have done work and jobs installing computer equipment with Mr. Coleman. Have you occasion to see his daughter Savannah?
Quite a bit.
All right. And can you tell me about a circumstance where you had to go see Savannah while she was at her mom's house?
I assume you're referring to the time that she either texted or called him,
Who's she?
Savannah,
Uh,
um,
and she
about.
Tyler?
Sorry, what was that?
She texted or called Tyler?
Yes. I would have been later in the evening when we were on a job site about her having not eaten dinner yet. This is 8:30, 9 o'clock. It's been a little while. I don't remember exactly, but
All right. What did you observe Tyler do?
he left the job site and went and brought her food.
Were you with him?
Yeah.
Okay. What kind of food did he bring?
Fast food, if I remember. It was, something basic, but
Did anyone take the food from him? Drove to the house, I assume the driveway.
yeah.
Someone came to get the food.
Honestly, I don't remember. I would assume Savannah came out, but I don't remember that part, to be honest.
And
Okay.
when was this? Forgive me.
About a year and a half ago.
Okay.
Did it happen the one time or any other time?
I remember the one time I was with him. And then there's other times she's texted him when we're working. We don't work late a lot anymore though, so.
All right. Have you seen Tyler with Savannah?
Yeah,
What
quite
kind
a
of
bit.
relationship do they have that you've observed?
It's pretty playful, sarcastic, I guess. Yeah, she's been in my office quite a bit too. And back when I had my store, she was in there quite a bit as well.
Okay. I have no further questions.
You may cross-examine this witness, Miss Wright.
Hi, Gordon. I
Oh.
don't think we've officially met. But so the time that you were referring to about her texting or calling and saying she hadn't eaten, do you recall if Tyler had messaged me at all or reached out to me prior to just bringing her fast food?
I don't remember that. I don't think she had her own phone then. I think she had texted from your phone.
Okay. And he grabbed her fast food and brought it, and it was, I think what I remember of it, it was like 10 o'clock at night. Does that seem about right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then you said that their relationship was playful and sarcastic. Can you give an example of what you mean by that?
And usually she's got quite a few jokes to tell. So does Tyler. So do I. She tends to laugh a lot.
With you guys telling jokes between each other, I know I've seen some text messages and read different things. Are all of the jokes in conversation in front of her age appropriate for a 10-year-old?
Subject. All of them.
I guess to be more specific, does it include, cussing and,
I'm gonna stop you right there. Telling an off-color joke in front of a 10-year-old is not quite so bad as 67 fucking tardies and 24 fucking absences. It's also, ma'am, not worse than you having 4 active violent criminals around your kid. Tell me how telling an off-color joke around a kid is worse than having 4 violent criminals, one of which having child abuse charges around your kids. Ma'am, I don't think you are in any place to be questioning what is or isn't appropriate, when your entire parentage of this child has been inappropriate. You can wipe that smug fucking grin off your face.
Inappropriate things such as that.
Jokes directly between Tyler and I, yeah. Savannah, no.
Do you recall a time when you received a image from Savannah while she was in Tyler's care? I presume it was at one of the offices you guys work at, where Savannah's sitting on the toilet and sent an image to you after her dad had said, send that to Gordon, he'll think it's funny.
I do. She was in the bathroom and she had the camera facing at the ceiling and she passed gas and thought it was funny. But it was a video of the ceiling and it was just of her farting and laughing.
Yeah, but you could tell that she was in the bathroom though, correct?
Yeah, I was in the next room over when she did it.
Do you recall playing a song called Cow by Doja Cat in front of Savannah?
I don't
Maybe that's not
the
exact name of it, but
I know the song you're referring to.
Okay.
I'm not saying I didn't. I don't remember it. No.
All right. I mean, she seems to have it in her head that she is aware of that song because she heard it when you played it for her.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that.
Okay. Have you ever seen my interaction with Savannah at all?
A little bit. But no, our interactions have been pretty.
Okay. The reason I asked in regards to being able to weigh in one way or another, like, you know, Tyler's a great dad, but just whether or not you could speak on my parenting.
No, not from first-hand experience, no.
Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to read my notes.
It's okay. Attorneys take a minute all the time too, so feel free.
Do you have any interaction between you and Savannah as far as text messaging or having each other's phone numbers?
Yes.
You do. And can you describe like what kind of conversations you have with that 10-year-old?
Usually it's just her texting me a bunch of middle fingers.
And what's your response back?
Not much often. I think I've probably responded with the same a couple of times.
Okay. And that's a phone that it's the one that Tyler has provided for her? So it's while she's in his care?
I would assume so.
Okay. All right. Just checking. I don't think I have any more questions.
Okay. Any further examination of this witness, sir?
No.
Okay, sir, you are.
Okay, so explain to me why your daughter was absent from school 24 times in your care and late 67 times in your care. Explain to me why you allowed a woman actively being investigated for violent abuse and drugs and all kinds of other criminal activity with a record a mile long to interact with your child. Let alone live in the same house as your child, and you actively ignoring CPS when CPS told you do not have this person around your kid, and you ignored them and did it anyway. Then you have a violent dog you know to be violent and prone to attacking in your home with your kid. How is that appropriate exactly? Then you have another criminal who breaks into your home with a violent criminal record around your kid to live in your home with your kid. Then you have another violent criminal with a record 26 pages long to live in your home with your kid. Explain to me how that's appropriate. And you want to fucking nitpick about a joke or a middle finger emoji? That's your concern, ma'am? When in your care, your daughter was attacked by what you knew to be a violent dog and knew to be violent before it attacked your daughter. And it took what for you to put the dog to sleep? It wasn't the attack on your daughter, was it? Because you couldn't have cared less. But that's okay, right, ma'am? Fucking, ugh.
We're excused.
All right. Thank you.
Let's see if we can get your other witness in that.
Heather Hoppo.
Okay, is Heather Hoppo here?
No.
Give her a call, Mr. Chadwick.
Hey, are you able to get into Zoom? All right, she's trying to, I'm in court right now. She's trying to load back into it right now, but I kept kicking her out.
Yeah, as soon as she shows up, bring her on in.
Just to give you a preview. I've got 3 more exhibits from my list I'd like to get entered.
The phone, this witness's phone number.
Yeah.
And then I am going to switch from headphones.
So when we were all at the skating rink, when Holly was inside the rink at the same time with Savannah, Savannah was trying, Holly just kind of just stared off into space down at the floor, half sleeping. And then
Is she standing or sitting at that point?
standing.
Okay.
And
what-
who was this? Savannah?
Holly.
Holly. Okay, I got mixed up whether it was Holly or Savannah. And when was this?
It would have been the 5th grade skate night for Jefferson.
And when was that? What year?
That was just a couple of months ago.
Okay,
It was this year.
so approximately May.
Yeah.
Okay.
So at this event, Holly took Savannah to the event.
Yes.
Was she a chaperone or just there as a parent?
She was just there as a parent.
All right. And what did Holly do?
I skipped quite a bit because we'd like to get to the end of this at some point. There was a couple of character witnesses that stated on multiple occasions they witnessed this woman with the child at an outside the home activity, and she was so fucked up that she was literally nodding out in public or she was tweaking in public. They've seen her do both. A couple of them saw her tweaking and acting erratically and scratching at her, clawing at her skin and tweaking real hard. And a couple of times, I guess when she's scratching, going on her downers, she'd be sitting there, or actually not even sitting, she'd be literally standing up, nodding the fuck out in public. How are you supposed to care for a child when you're standing up, nodding out in public? You're so fucked up that you're gonna nod out standing up. And you think that's appropriate? To be so fucked up on drugs you can't even maintain consciousness standing up. And you're driving like that with your kid in the car. Ma'am.
While Savannah was at the skating event.
She was inside for a little bit, and then she went outside and was taking a nap in her vehicle.
Did you see her outside in the vehicle?
I did.
All right. What did you observe while she was outside in the vehicle?
To me, it looked like she was sleeping.
All right. Were you aware that she has type 1 diabetes?
I knew she had diabetes. I don't know, obviously, the severity of it.
Okay. All right. So if she had low blood sugar, she would be sleepy. And did it appear that she was sleeping?
No,
Okay. What did it appear that was happening?
that she was on drugs.
What makes you say that?
She was nodding out
Nodding out?
before on drugs.
Sorry, can you repeat what you just said? I didn't hear what you said.
You
Can you
use,
say that again, hon?
Yeah, she asked, can you repeat that? How you knew, why you would know.
So I know other people that have been on drugs. That is the same reaction that they do. You're standing in one spot, nodding out, or whatnot.
the verb you keep using, is it nodding? N-O-D-I-N-G?
Nodding, yes, like, I don't know how else to explain it. Like sleeping, but not sleeping. I don't know how else to explain it. Sorry.
Okay. You saw her in her vehicle nodding out?
That was inside the building
Okay.
when Savannah was trying to talk to her.
All right.
If she was outside in her vehicle, she may have been sleeping, but in her vehicle,
How long?
sleeping, cutting out whichever. I wasn't standing right next to her at that point, but what I seen inside was definitely not normal.
All right. I have a question for you. Just specifically
Okay.
listen to the question so you can tell us the answer. How long was she in the vehicle that you observed?
Let's see. She was inside for a little bit, and then she went outside until close to the end when she came in and got Savannah. So, like, hour, maybe a little longer.
All right. Approximately how long was the total event?
2 hours.
How did Savannah react to seeing her mother like this?
She just told my son, my mom does that sometimes.
You heard her say that?
Yeah.
All right.
And then she and my son went over to play games.
Now, you and I talked for about a minute and a half earlier and you said that there was an event at the skate land, and you said there was an event at the gas station, and then you had to go and I couldn't get a hold of you after that. I called several times. What can you tell me about the gas station?
I was still at work.
Okay. What can you tell me about the gas station?
It was kind of the same thing when she was there to get fountain pop, as was I. She was kind of standing still for a minute and like nodding out.
When was that approximately?
That would have been shortly before the skating rink episode.
All right.
So I had said something to Tyler and asked him if she was okay.
When you say nodding out, you mean she's nodding her head up and down?
So she couldn't keep her eyes open, and she was just kind of, it would almost be like somebody that's, where they just fall asleep standing up. It was kind of like that.
She was standing at the time at the gas station?
Yes.
All right. And was that behavior that you observed consistent with the behavior of others you knew to be under the influence?
Yes.
All right. I don't have any further questions.
Hi, Heather.
Yeah, I was
So
gonna
when
say,
you
now cross-examine the witness, ma'am.
so when you say nodding out, describe that again. What were my eyes doing? They were open, they were closed.
Can you say that one more time? It cut out.
Can you explain what you mean by nodding out again for me?
So, like any other person that I have seen on drugs,
I'm
when
not
you're
asking about
sitting there,
Hold
drugs. I'm
on.
asking
Let
you
her
to
answer the-
describe
Let
just
her
the.
answer. Holly, let her answer the question,
Okay.
and then you may follow up with another question. Okay, finish answering the questions, ma'am.
okay, so when you're standing there and you can't hardly keep your eyes open and you're almost tipping over because you're half falling asleep, but you're half awake.
And that's how you would describe me, that I was tipping over because I'm half falling asleep at both of those events.
I wouldn't say tipping over, but for instance, at the skating rink, when Savannah was trying to talk to you, get your attention, and she couldn't even get you to focus on her.
So I guess, have you ever seen what a legally blind person would look like as they're standing to get fountain pop or as they're interacting with people?
Well, when I just seen you
I
the other
just answered the question.
you
Hold
didn't
on,
look like
answer,
that.
let her answer the question, please. You ask the question, don't talk over her when she's trying to answer it, whether you like the answer or not,
Okay.
just let her finish the answer. All right, ma'am, please finish the answer.
He said, when I seen her the other day at the gas station again, she didn't look like that.
Well, it didn't look like
I'm-
what?
She didn't look like she was on drugs and she wasn't nodding out. She was standing there like a normal person.
Okay, so at a separate gas station time.
Same gas station, different time. This
Right.
was just a couple days ago.
Okay,
So are you aware of what diabetic retinopathy does to you, or what that means?
Can you say that one more time?
What diabetic retinopathy is, or macular edema? Do you know what either of those are?
Ma'am, neither one of those things would make you fucking nod out like that. Or appear to be on drugs. Because if you can appear to be perfectly normal a couple of days ago, but yet your behavior was drastically different on those two other occasions, where you were physically nodding the fuck out while standing up, don't try to fucking deflect and say that it's your fucking diabetes, ma'am. I've been around a lot of people with more severe fucking diabetes that were not nodding the fuck out while standing up. I hope they drug test this bitch.
So I know it messes with your eyes.
Right. So both of which I have, and we even spoke about this the last time I was at the gas station. Because those
Objection. I think that she's testifying instead of asking a question.
I understand. I'm going to give her some leeway here because I had a very similar question, whether this witness has ever seen a hypoglycemic event or an event due to the illnesses that this defendant suffers from. Those are pertinent questions.
have you ever seen me? I'm sorry, I'll like rephrase it. So I know you said that what I appeared to look like was what other people that were under the influence of whatever you're referring to. But have you seen
Drugs.
episodes of hypoglycemia? Have you seen people out and about that have vision problems? Have you seen how they act or how they are affected by their?
Yeah, I have vision problems myself. I'm almost completely blind in my left eye.
Are you blind in both eyes or just one?
Nope, just one. But
Okay.
I
Do
don't
you
have
have
great
floaters?
vision
Do you have
either.
Do you have floaters that come and go in your eyes?
What's that?
Oh, you really think you're clever right here, don't you, you fucking cunt? Let me explain something. Diabetes and floaters are not going to cause you to appear to be on drugs. Also not going to cause multiple people to catch you nodding off in public while standing up. It's also not going to cause the opposite effect where you were tweaking the fuck out. Explain to me how diabetes makes you tweak out then, you fucking sarcastic bitch. Please explain how diabetes makes you tweak. I'll wait. Plenty of people have diabetes and don't fucking nod out in public, and if it's that bad, you don't need to be driving with your fucking kid with you. And floaters aren't going to cause you to nod out like that. Opiates and opiate-like substances will do that, not diabetes. Nice try, though.
Do you have floaters, like black spots in your eyes that float around, that come and go, that block your vision at times, or no?
No.
Okay. Do you have a disease where one day your vision could be perfectly fine and the next day you could hardly even read what's in front of you?
I object to the relevance. We're asking questions about the witnesses.
Oh, no, I just told you that I have the same questions. I need to know how she compares the drug use versus a hypoglycemic or the myopathy problem compared to somebody who has drugs. If she's telling me that she says she witnessed a person on drugs, I need to know what the comparison is, because I'll take judicial notice. I happen to know what hypoglycemic incidents are, and same with the retinopathy.
Yeah.
So I need to know how she's comparing them and how she's, because you got her testifying, and this is a legitimate cross-examination question, as to how do you know the difference? So, ma'am, I will ask you to, now that I've stated the question, essentially, do you know the difference between those degenerative diseases and their effects compared to a drug usage effect?
90% yes. But in the same time, so you're telling me that because of her eyes, her daughter couldn't get her attention?
So I can go back to that.
Like,
What I'm saying,
other things that come along with it.
right, and I'm trying to differentiate, because there is an attention problem and a divestment of energy problem with the illnesses that she suffers from. So what I'm trying to do is determine whether this is an actual drug use incident, or is this an incident due to her illnesses for which she is being considered to be federally disabled due to. You know, there is a huge difference between the two. One is I can't hold it against somebody for being disabled. The other is I can definitively hold it against them if they're using drugs. I'd like to know if you're testifying so far on the one way, I'd like to know if you know what the other way looks like.
Well, anytime that I seen Holly before that, when I very first met her, she wasn't anything like that at all.
And when was that?
That would have been when she would have moved here.
Oh, good.
So that would have been Savannah started the same school as my son.
And wasn't she
Was
working
that
at a,
third grade?
and wasn't she working at a hospital at that time?
Correct.
So she was working full time at that time. Okay. Sorry, Mr. Chadwick, I'm just trying to get for my benefit which way this is going. I mean, you've laid out a good case that there is a problem. Again, I have to make a determination. We don't have an expert witness here, whether this is due to her disability or due to drug use. And I'm trying to differentiate because I'm not going to take the word of a lay witness telling me that she's seen this person on drugs fully if she doesn't know what the other events look like. She's saying she does, and I'd like her to lay some foundation for that. But Ms. Wright, I'm not trying to represent you. I'm trying to get the information I need.
No,
And
yeah,
I
I
don't think
appreciate
you're asking the questions as quickly as I did. So I just want to move it along. That way Mr. Chadwick can cross-examine on it.
okay. I will say, so back to the time at you said it was the 5th grade skate night?
Correct.
Okay, so, and you're saying that we were there that I was in the car for an hour.
Give or take, yep.
Okay.
You came in when
you
it
were-
started.
I'm sorry?
You came in with Savannah when it started. You helped her get her skates on, and you put skates on, I think, for a few minutes too, but I can't remember for sure. And you hung out around there in a little bit, and then it was kind of like it was right after that. Standing there, and she kept trying to get your attention, and you were just like not there. And then
Sorry, keep going.
Please continue.
her and my son started skating away, and she said, my mom does that sometimes. She didn't specify what, but come on. And then it was shortly after that, Holly had went outside. Like I said, she was in her vehicle, looked like she was sleeping.
So I guess you said that you think I put skates on. So do you know for sure? Because I know for a fact I didn't have skates on. So how can we be sure that your recollection of that night is even correct? If you're even questioning, you yourself just questioned what you saw.
Holly, whether you had skates on or not has nothing to do.
But it doesn't, it has to do with your,
I've seen, and what my son's seen, and what your daughter's seen.
right, but it has to do with your credibility as a witness. Because if you're questioning what you saw on one part of that event,
Okay, and how many
but not-
times has this happened? It's not a one-time deal.
right, because my disease is a degenerative disease. So like Savannah said, this happens. And yeah, I can't see. The lights hurt my eyes sometimes. My house is dim all the time because it bugs my eyes. We're in a roller rink.
I'm gonna renew Mr. Chadwick's objection. You're testifying now. You'll have your
Okay.
time to testify. Please cross-examine this witness.
So in that event, it's your testimony that I was in the car for an hour, that we were there at the event for more than 15 minutes total, give or take. I mean, at least 15 minutes.
That you were what?
That we were at that location, that we were at the event for at least 15 minutes.
You were in the building for at least that long.
Can
You
I
were
talk?
outside for the rest of the time.
Do I have the opportunity to call her back as a rebuttal witness, like to herself? Or like when I present, when I have evidence to present, can I call her back? I don't know.
We'll determine that if you get if there's an appropriate rebuttal that you can call her back for, yes.
Okay, just because I know how long Savannah didn't even, we showed up, we bought her skates, and I just wanted to.
I don't think that's the gist of what's really pertinent here, but okay.
Just with the fact that I wasn't in the car for over an hour because we weren't even at the event for more than 15 minutes. So just again, to her credibility as a witness.
Okay.
Another question. And I don't know, do I have to speak just about what she spoke of, or can I ask her anything?
At this point in time, I'll give you some leeway. What's the question?
Where do you work?
Why does that matter?
It may or
it
not.
will matter. It will matter. I mean,
like I said, I'm going to give her some leeway. It may or may not matter.
Okay, so I live in Ionia.
where do you work at?
Sweet Fire Tobacco in Ionia.
Okay, Sweet Fire Tobacco.
Where? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Sweet Fire Tobacco.
Oh, okay. All right.
How frequently do you take Chasen up to work with you while you're there? I guess I should rephrase that. How many times has Tyler brought Savannah into the vape shop or to the vape shop where you work so that her and Chasen...
Yeah, she has not been inside the vape shop. She's been outside the vape shop.
Okay, so
after they go to Big B.
After they go to Big B?
Uh-huh.
And then that's where, but both kids are not inside the vape shop.
What my son does is none of your business.
No, but what my daughter does is my business. So my daughter's saying that she's been inside that vape shop to visit your son while you're working because her dad's brought her there is very pertinent to this case.
Well, maybe you should say, were you actually inside?
Please hold on a minute. I object to the question. The questioner is using the statements of a child to try and impeach the witness. And the statements are not in evidence. And
statements aren't in evidence, but she has the right to ask the question whether the child's been in there. The question was answered with no. So the objection is technically asked and answered.
Yes.
I mean, you got the answer that you got, ma'am.
Yeah, that's, she said no.
I can't bring in a child statement to impeach the witness with.
No, that's fine. But I can still, sorry, my thing is dying. I'm trying to.
First of all, no, okay, let me tell you from firsthand experience, no tobacco shop is by law permitted to even allow kids inside the door. So I doubt that her place of business is going to risk getting shut down and a $500,000 fine for a kid coming into the shop. Secondly, if you asked her where she worked, you wouldn't have had to ask her that if you, in fact, knew where she worked. She said tobacco shop, so you pulled something out of your ass and just claimed your daughter said she's been inside the vape shop. I don't think your daughter has said any of that. As a matter of fact, I don't think your daughter has said anything you said she said. I think you're pulling things out of your ass trying to fucking deflect from what a shitty fucking parent you are. And the fact that you're sitting here smirking and giggling and laughing through this entire fucking trial is very telling. You couldn't care less. You are making a mockery of all of these proceedings. And I cannot wait to see that smug look get jacked the fuck off your face. I cannot stand how smugly you are behaving with how severe this fucking proceeding is. With how severe your neglect has been. And how arrogant you are about it. I cannot wait to see that smug look wipe the fuck off your face.
Move my plug to keep it plugged in here. That's fine. I was just wondering.
But anyway, this bitch loses custody. By the way.
Welcome to Looking at Legal Stuff. Today we have day 3 of 6 days of testimony in an epic-length evidentiary hearing that takes place when Mom files a motion for reconsideration after the court decides to change custody based on an FOC report that recommends that Dad should have custody during the week because evidence from the school shows that their daughter has had so many unexcused absences from school that she's been found truant in the past, and the vast majority of the lates and tardies she has had have been during Mom's custody time.
Did you hear that, folks? They changed custody. At this point, they have changed custody after that hearing we just listened to. The dad got custody. And then I'm gonna spoiler alert at the end of all of this. She loses everything. And I believe last I heard she was going to have to go to trial for negligence, endangerment, neglect. There was a couple of things. And she doesn't have any leeway left by the end of the thing. And I think she would even had to move to supervised visits because she couldn't even have unsupervised visits with her kid after this judge got through with her. Yeah, as this goes on, you've only heard 2 days worth of evidence against her. You hadn't even got to the criminal neglect part either, let alone the fraud. Oh my God, it gets worse. There's a reason I picked this case, and it's because it's so complex and she is so blatant about it and arrogant and nonchalant about such severe issues. The things she is smug about are so unconscionable that it literally blew my mind. Like, this level of disgusting behavior I don't think I've ever seen someone so wrong and so arrogant at the same time. Like, she doesn't care. She thinks it's funny and amusing and it's awful. Like, by the end of all of this, I couldn't believe she wasn't in jail. Not only for the things she did, but the things she allowed. Just abhorrent. I couldn't believe it. Like, this case in particular really unsettled me. Like, I could not believe like this shit had slipped through the cracks for as long as it did. But in the end, the dad gets custody, full custody, and sole custody. And thank God, because this woman doesn't need to be in charge of the care of a dog, let alone a little girl. This woman shouldn't have custody of a fucking house plant. And you'll see that as we go through the rest of these proceedings. You're going to see criminal level neglect and what I conceive to be abuse. And what the judge, and I agree, would be neglect that rises to the level of abuse. She is so fucking incompetent. Like, I could not with her. Like, you'll see. I mean, we're gonna go through all of them. I think it's important for common day folk to see these things play out in court, because some of the people I have covered on this platform have risen to this level of negligence and abuse. And maybe if people see how this plays through, then maybe something will click and they'll pull their head out of their ass and be like, I need to get my shit together. Or at the very least, to educate people that these things really do happen and that it's not a joke. And what can happen if you were to be truant or you did these certain things. You need to see how it plays out in court if you choose to behave this way. So, if not as a cautionary tale, I feel like it's important to showcase these for educational purposes and explain things that some people may or may not understand about the court systems and how things work. This case, unfortunately, is just awful. The things that kid went through and overcame eventually with the help of her father, there's no excuse. None.
Yeah, Dad's lawyer says he's also worried about the people that mom allows around their daughter and the state of the home that they live in. There's also been some
Exactly. That kid's bed was covered. This will come out later too. One second. So during the testimony of a couple of separate people who didn't even know each other, by the way, some of her own friends came and testified because they were so disgusted by her parentage that they were so racked with guilt and their conscience got the better of them, and they came to court and they testified, and pictures and photographic evidence and video footage showed that this little kid was sleeping in a bed full of animal feces and urine and garbage, by the way. It wasn't just from animal poo and pee. It was literal garbage. If people thought Lisa Richards' house was bad, she ain't got shit on this woman. This woman is Lisa Richard on steroids. Like, she is so much worse. It's deplorable. It's this kid was sleeping in feces and urine and garbage, like filth. They had rats and they had roaches and bugs. Like, I don't know how the kid didn't catch dysentery with how disgusting her living conditions were. It really was that bad. There were piles of feces in the floor that had been there long enough to gather mold. You know, feces has been there a long time when it's growing mold. The living conditions for this kid were just unlivable. and disgusting. The dad walked through and took video and photographic evidence of the feces that covered nearly every inch of that fucking house. She never cleaned it. There were dishes piled to the fucking cabinet tops. Like, the dishes had mold on the food. It was gut-wrenching. No wonder the kid wouldn't eat food that came out of there. Like, she questioned the person about why the dad brought her kid food at 10 o'clock at night. It's because the kid wouldn't eat the food in the house off of the plates in the house, because all of the dining ware and cabinet tops and countertops and flooring were covered in feces, and she didn't want to eat anything that came out of it. I don't know how she didn't go to jail with how bad it got, but yeah.
some questionable behavior by mom that makes dad and others wonder if she's struggling with substance abuse. Mom is a mess who breaks down crying at the start over not having her lawyer show up. The legal aid lawyer that she claims should be helping her out is a no-show for the hearing and hasn't entered an appearance. She claims she doesn't know what to do, but the referee tells her she's had months and months to prepare for this hearing, so she'll just have to do it herself. Will Mom get it together and make it through this hearing?
Yeah, she's had a year by the time this hearing happened, not months. She had a year to prepare for this trial. And she'd been claiming and putting it off for a year, stating that she had an attorney, she was getting an attorney, she was gonna get an attorney, and putting it off. And they finally got tired of it and said, this kid needs some closure, and we need to close this case. So we're not going to have any more of this, I'm getting a lawyer. We're not going to have any more of this erratic bullshit. We're having this trial. Like it or not, we're going through with it. And I love how arrogant and smug she was up until this point. But now she wants to cry. She didn't want to cry when she was forcing her child to sleep in feces. She didn't want to cry when she was getting 67 tardies and 24 absences from school. She didn't want to cry when she had multiple criminals in and out of the house. No, she cries because she didn't get her way. That's why she cried.
Or will her testimony and evidence be as messy and chaotic as she seems to be in the beginning? Let's find out. Make sure to watch Day 1 and Day 2 before you start this video. Day 1 includes their opening statements and testimony from 3 witnesses, while Day 2 continues with testimony from both Mom and Dad, as well as several of Dad's friends. I will link all the different days in this case in the description box for you below.
The rule of thumb is in criminal law, you get to meet you run into people at their best who are not very good people. In family law, you run into very good people who are not at their best.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So I always presume I'm dealing with very good people. And you're not in the best place right now. So we'll see if we can get you through it with what the law says. But in any event, in the matter of Coleman versus Wright, case number 13-010960 DC. I guess, Mr. Coleman, we are at the point of having you cross-examined. So Tyler Coleman, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in giving testimony? Now that you've had the explanation of what all that means. And Ms. Wright, you have the right to cross-examine him at this point. So please proceed.
Before we begin, I've got a few preliminary matters.
Oh, okay. I apologize. I didn't realize. I should have asked.
3 of them. First one is, I call it the prophylactic warning. The Supreme Court used that word in
wow, we're going back. Okay.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, how convenient, right? Not looking so smug now, are we? Holly, not looking so smug? What happened, Holly? Did you make a joke of the judicial system and a mockery of the judge in his office? Did you get that smug-ass look slapped off your face? Holly, is that what happened? She's not smiling and laughing anymore, is she?
I would like to ask you, Mr. Referee, to give a prophylactic warning to both parties that children are not to be in the room. I understand that. I'm told that Savannah was part of the Zoom hearing last time, and I don't say this to try to make a point in our substantive case, only to say, we want both parents to make sure that no children are in the room, whether it's Savannah or any other person under 18, not able to hear or
Yeah, no. And nobody that you're calling as witnesses should be in the room either.
Right.
As always, you're more than welcome to bring people in the courtroom as friends, as observers. But if they are to testify, they're not in the courtroom till they testify.
Right.
No child is ever allowed in the courtroom. And I do have to meet with Savannah yet. I don't believe I've done so.
I think
correct?
you did on Zoom
Did I?
for a brief. I think it was just for a brief second, so I wasn't
Oh,
sure if we were gonna.
Okay, no, it would be then if I've met with her, I've met with her. Forgive me, I do so many of these things that sometimes they blend, and I didn't think I'd met with her. Oh no, they're in my notes. Never mind. They're right to my left. They're under my never mind. Forget it. I did meet with Savannah.
Nope.
Oh.
I did her hair while we were waiting to start, and now she's up in her room. So.
Okay. Just understand, that she should not be in the room. She should not be hearing
Yep.
part of these proceedings. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
the
All
second
right.
thing,
Yes, sir.
we did not get a witness list from Ms. Wright. That was required by the court. We turned one in several days before the
Correct.
first hearing. So I don't believe, other than the party, I don't.
What happened, Holly? You actually look concerned. The dad got custody. Quit. And you lost your government funding, didn't you? Yeah? Did you lose all your government benefits? Huh? Is that what happened? Did you fuck around and find out, Holly? Did you? Goodness. Did you suck the water down the wrong hole, bud? Huh? Did you inhale the water? Goodness, let me pat you on the back. Is it better? Goodness. Oh, goodness. Oh. You good? Huh? You good? Yeah? Is it better? Oh, big yawn. Okay. If you're good now, we'll continue. Exactly, yeah. That smug look is gone, Holly. What happened? What happened? You smug bitch.
I don't believe there are any witnesses for the other side that should be.
I'm going to reserve on that comment until I find out if she has any witnesses to call, and then we'll go through each witness individually. Because
Okay.
maybe sometimes there are witnesses that I really do want to hear from that the court needs for information. But your objection will be reserved for each witness.
Thank you.
Because I've had a couple of hearings recently that I had to turn around and call witnesses because I didn't get enough from the parties. And I had to turn around and say, thanks to your testimony, your own testimony, I need to hear from this witness. Okay. So, and yeah, it was confirmed at a training over a month and a half ago that the court does have the right to call its own witnesses. And for that specific purpose, because I do have a list of questions that I have running. So far, you guys have been pretty good. You've answered all the ones. I write the question I have, and then I put a little checkbox. And if it's answered, I check it off, and I don't ask it. Otherwise, I will be asking my own questions sometimes as well. All right. All right. Yes.
So I guess just my, not knowing how this whole procedure worked, I guess today I was under the impression that Tyler still had some testimony to give.
He still has some testimony, and then the case is turned over to you to present your witnesses.
Okay, so the other witness, like the other evidence, like I know there was things that he hasn't gone over yet on the evidence.
He presents. Sometimes not all exhibits are used.
Okay. All right.
I had a case about 7 or 8 months ago that they presented to court with 18 proposed exhibits. They only entered 4. I didn't look at the other 14. If it's not entered, I don't look at it.
All right.
Okay. So far there have been 7 exhibits entered. Those are the only 7 the court will consider
Okay.
at this
Okay.
time.
And-
There's still,
okay, that's
there's
what I
still
was
time
gonna
to,
say.
there's still time to enter more exhibits. So,
Okay. And once it's turned over, like where I get to do my
and that,
own
that
testimony.
will be,
from I-
that will be after you are done cross-examining Mr. Coleman.
Okay. All right.
And Mr. Chadwick's objections will be preserved because you were supposed to turn over any exhibits 7 days before this trial began. So he has the right to object to any of them being entered.
Back like today's trial or the one that started.
Be the very, very first trial.
Right. And I guess that I
Years.
did.
Yeah, so that's why his objection is preserved with my
Okay.
notation that if it's something that I deem necessary for me to see.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Sounds good.
That's why I reserve my own override of an objection.
Okay.
Okay. So, Mr.
Mhm.
Coleman, you are under oath. Miss Wright, you may cross-examine this witness.
One more thing, sorry.
Oh,
preliminary.
I'm sorry. There was 4. I thought there were only 3. Okay.
And you said there are 7 exhibits that have been admitted. I've got
Correct.
4 I'd like to admit. I can get them in through Mr. Coleman or,
Well, when you re-examine him, we'll discuss it.
okay.
So
That's
he's on cross-examination now. You've finished your examination.
Yes.
So yeah, to allow, I have the school absences as exhibit 1, iChat is exhibit 2, the FOC recommendation is exhibit 3. The pictures of Paul Hester as exhibit 4, the MDoc for Kirsten, I can't read my own handwriting, for exhibit 5, the Ionia the animal shelter as exhibit 6, and the picture of the dog bite of the young child that is exhibit 7. Those are the 7 exhibits into evidence. I can't read my own handwriting. I really wanted to be a medical doctor, not just a doctor. Well, that's the difference between an MD, which is translates to meum deus, which is I'm God, to JD, a Juris Doctorate, otherwise just a doctor. So, in any event, please proceed, Ms. Wright.
All right.
What he's referring to is he has a doctorate. So technically, he has a PhD, a doctorate in law. So technically, he could address himself as a doctor, but he's a doctor at law. He kind of has to be a judge. That is one of the requirements. Huh. That should be interesting. I like this judge. This judge is really, really on point. And this guy's attorney, he's good. He's really good.
Right. All right. So I guess I'll start with, and I can only talk about things that he's already talked about, correct?
We'll give you some leeway depending upon what that means.
Okay.
But there is an objection if you go outside the scope. Yes. And
Gotcha.
because it sounds like Mr. Chadwick is also going to go a little outside the scope if he wants to enter some more exhibits beyond the scope of his original examination.
Okay. All right. So, looking back at the notes that I had taken, try to go in order of his testimony. But last time, Tyler, I know you had referred to a situation that of me picking Savannah up. I think you said Saturday, June 15th of last year. Is that correct?
No,
What date was it then? Because that's the notes that I have down here that,
6th of last year.
I'm sorry,
Would have been June 6th of last year.
June 6th. Okay, June 6th. And it was a Saturday?
I believe so.
Okay. Can you describe what our weekend parenting schedule looks like?
What our weekend parenting schedule
Yeah.
looks like?
So, like, when does your weekend start and when would my weekend start? Like, what day of the week?
It usually starts on a Friday,
Okay. And goes until what day?
but that Friday you had forgotten to pick her up, so you would have picked her up on a Saturday,
And goes until what day?
Monday.
Monday. Okay. So you're saying that you're saying that I forgot to pick her up? That's under oath. You're saying that I forgot to pick her up, not that she had asked to stay an extra day and I agreed to it.
Leading question.
She's on cross-examination. She's allowed to ask leading questions. So she's leading cross-examination. She's allowed to ask leading questions.
You'd forgotten to pick her up that Friday. So I had her on Saturday.
And that's your sworn testimony that you're saying that I forgot, not that Savannah had asked, not that you guys had something planned. And I just said, okay, yep, you can stay the extra night.
That's my sworn testimony, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Oh, I'm glad you're moving because I was afraid you froze.
Sorry, no, I'm just trying to read the notes that I had wrote down. All right, so it was my weekend. You're saying I forgot. Okay, during that encounter, you described my behavior as when I came to pick her up as frantic and scared and that I was crying. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall a year prior to that? What happened? Kept Savannah her to talk to me or see me for that. It was over a month. Do you remember that? Okay. And that was even after a judge had taken away your ex parte order and set to resume parenting time?
Yep.
Okay.
Could you answer yes or no, please? Just for
Yes.
the record. I apologize. Thank you. It just records better.
Sorry, Mr. Kmetz.
No, that's quite all right. It's just people don't understand sometimes the recording when you say yep doesn't sound like yes or no sometimes. It's hard to interpret. So that's why I ask for a concise yes or no. So no offense. I mean, we all do it. I've even been known to do it. So
So
human nature.
So wouldn't it be reasonable then, since you remember keeping her and not allowing her to talk to me or see me, even after the court had said resume normal parenting time and it was just on your own, you chose to keep her away from me. Is it not reasonable then to think that I would be frantic and scared when we're in a situation similar? It's the middle of my weekend. I'm letting her stay there an extra day. And then I come to pick her up and am upset when you're not letting her leave. Is it not reasonable to feel like that?
Mr. Kometz, I can see a child in the background. I don't know how we're gonna control this. But
That's actually, it's Matt Weeway.
Oh, yeah, I can wait.
That's my fiance. He just got home from dropping my stepdaughter off at work.
So my
Okay.
daughter was
So,
right
yeah.
there.
that was
Well,
strange.
but
Mike.
they're,
Yeah.
yeah, make sure they're out of the room, please.
Okay. So we have to go either upstairs and close the door or something. Sorry, I'm sitting in my dining room. We don't have our office set up right now.
Okay.
I know you just got here.
It's okay. Things like that happen. They're not here
Yeah.
purposefully listening. They're here going through the
No.
room.
Yeah, we just have an open floor plan in our front door and our back door. Both lead right through
And
here.
that's what we're taking care of. That's why I'm saying
Yep.
she's just as long as she's not here to hear the hearing.
Yeah, no.
The fiance can be in the room in background, just not on the camera.
Okay. All right.
Just
sounds
just
good.
like he could be in the courtroom. As long as you're not calling him to testify,
No.
that's fine.
Okay.
If you're calling him to testify, then he needs to be upstairs.
Gotcha.
Tell him to go play Monopoly.
Where was I at? Okay, so knowing that the history of Vanna being kept from me and not being able to talk to me or see me for over a month, would it not be a reasonable response then to be fearful and crying? What was the word? Frantic, when again I've allowed her to stay an extra day and she's not being returned.
The way Savannah was, how she was afraid of you that day. I don't see an issue with it, no.
I'm talking about because you were upset about, you were saying that I was frantic and that I was crying and that my behavior was erratic.
I answered your
My question
no.
is, I'm sorry, please don't interrupt. My question
Answered your question, no.
my question is it not reasonable to think that my response and my acting that way or seeming frantic would not be a reasonable response to not allowing my child to come back home, with the thought that in the past you kept her from me for over a month without even allowing her to talk to me?
The way Savannah saw you that day and how she was afraid of you, no, I don't see an issue with it.
This is after the fact. You said that she
Exactly. She showed up, tweaking the fuck out in front of her kid, and then wanted to know why the dad wasn't going to let her go with her showing up, tweaking the fuck out. That is a lot of horseradish. But no, according to testimony, not just by the father, but by witnesses that witnessed it, she showed up to his house frantic, acting erratically, and tweaking the fuck out. And the daughter didn't want to go with her. Oh, speaking of planting things, guess what I planted today? I have a riser. I call it a riser, but it's a planter it's a raised planter, like it's above the ground. I planted 3 tomato plants and 5 broccoli plants. Mine's in a box. I've got my plants in a box. because I didn't want animals getting to them. I've got like 6 planters or planter boxes, and I've got some really great soil in them. And I planted some broccoli and tomatoes. In another planter, I have bell peppers, squash, and another planter, I have black-eyed peas, purple hull, and butter beans. The tomato plants that I planted were the Black Russians. These tomatoes are not really black. They're actually purple, but they call them Black Russians. And then I have some Cherokee tomatoes that are like a deep purple. They're gorgeous when they're grown. And then I've got some Tomato tomatoes, little cherry tomatoes. And those are also Black Russian cherry tomatoes. I'm really hopeful that these are going to turn out okay, because they are a gorgeous tomato. What I'm going to use them for is Gothic spaghetti. I know this may sound stupid, but I want to harvest them and make black spaghetti sauce or purple spaghetti sauce. Well, that's sensible. I've got some cilantro, parsley, oregano, and thyme. I don't have any rosemary, but I do have thyme. And I also have dill. I've got a little windowsill type planter that I've got all my herbs in, and it's outside the kitchen window. So literally all I've got to do is open the kitchen window and pick whatever I use to season my food with. And it's homegrown herbs. Dill is really good. It's a really good herb that is just underestimated and underappreciated, I think. I don't think enough people get the value of dill. Dill is a really good herb to use on your meats and poultry. It's also good to use in salads. The question, Beware the Night, is if you have any dill dough. Do you have any dill dough? Sorry. I couldn't. I couldn't resist. Sorry. Beware the Night says I got a whole drawer. Fucking Steven's deceased over here. I'm sorry. I went around in one. could not resist. I could not do a resist.
Was afraid of me.
All right, you've got
Okay.
your answer. Please ask a question.
I'm not going to answer your question 3 times, Holly.
Yeah, ma'am.
I'm sorry. I just wasn't getting the. I was expecting.
You're
him
not
to
getting
say
the. You're
different.
not getting the answer you want. Is the problem? Asking it 3 times is not going to change the answer.
I guess
So-
I'm sorry. I guess I didn't hear where he responded. Where he said like what?
He said that because the child was scared of you, and that there were other issues. No, he didn't see it as a problem. So
My behavior is what I was going on. That he didn't
I
see my
understand.
problem as a behavior.
well, you're also asking his.
That's what I was. That was my
All
question.
right.
We would need to rephrase it. I was
Let's see if we can rephrase this. Sir, did you see any issue with Miss Wright's behavior upon pickup and drop off? At that
That day
Yes.
when she came to pick up Savannah, the way that she was acting, I did see an issue. It looked like she was under the influence. Quite honestly, yes. I did see an issue.
Miss Wright.
right. So because you said that last time, my question is: you saw an issue with my behavior, but is it not reasonable to think that me being scared and me being frustrated was actually a cause of, in the past, you not giving Savannah back to me during my parenting time?
And I object.
Does
I
that
think-
not
Well, I'm going to
explain-
overrule that objection. For once, I'm going to ask him to ask that specific question. Would it
Well-
be reasonable in his impression that she would act differently because he, according to her, he's withheld the child? He may answer that question specifically.
Me withholding the child? She wasn't acting scared, Mr. Kometz. She was under the influence of narcotics.
That's not the question at hand. Would her actions that she engaged in at that time be reasonable from your impression? I'm trying to rephrase her question because I realize it's been asked and answered sort of, but answered from a different perspective. Would it be reasonable for her to act odd if you had withheld the child for 3 or 4 weeks and she might be skittish about the interaction between you and her in the exchange?
There were no issues prior to that pickup. There were no issues prior to that day. None whatsoever. That day, she was acting odd, like she was under the influence of drugs. Savannah was scared, so that's why Savannah didn't go. Savannah did not want to go. She went up on the porch. So no, I was not going to release her.
Okay.
I don't
Next
know
question.
how-
Next question, ma'am. You did answer the question. Thank you,
I
sir.
don't know how many other times I can reword my answer.
You didn't have to reword the answer. It was just that you finally answered the question about her activity.
I can't say
And you gave the background for it. Okay. Ma'am, next question.
Again, sorry, I'm trying to read my notes.
I second that. Yeah, Rainier cherries are fucking amazing. Pickled onions. I like the little onions. I can't remember what they're called. What are those called? They're like tiny, tiny onions, and they usually get pickled. Yes, cocktail onions. I like those. I also like pickled garlic. Have you ever had those big olives that have the pickled garlic in the middle instead of the pimento? They have pickled garlic instead, and oh my god. Pearl onions. Yes, thank you, classic. But those giant olives with the pickled garlic in the middle, I could eat a freaking jar of those freaking olives with the garlic. I could eat a jar of the pearl onions too. If you give me a bowl of the pickled onions and the garlic stuffed olives, I would be in hog heaven. Nobody would kiss me for a month. But in my current love life state, I don't think it would matter. So gives me all of them.
All right. So you just had mentioned saying that I was acting like I was on narcotics. Can you be specific, like what that would look like? What narcotics would look like?
Use the latest device for measuring.
Holly, you know my background. You know where I've worked.
I'm sorry, that didn't answer my question. Can you explain what that would look like?
What do you mean what it would look like?
How you're describing that I looked like I was on narcotics, what would that equate to?
Looking like you're on narcotics. Narcotics is different between people.
All right, let's ask the question correctly. What did you observe her actions to be?
What was that, Your Honor? Or what was that, Mr. Todd?
What did you observe that she was doing that made you believe she was on narcotics?
She was acting. When she got there, she was crying and bawling for no reason. Vanna did not want to go with her. She was crying and bawling and I need water, I need this, I need that. And then Vanna said, Mom, I don't want to go with you. I'm scared of you. And then she went up on the porch.
Who's she?
Savannah. Sorry, I apologize.
And what porch?
The porch at my house.
Okay. So
And then,
where the scenario is that the mother came to pick up your child.
correct.
And when I say your, I mean both of your children.
Correct.
You're plural. So she came to pick your child up at your house, sir. The child allegedly was scared, according to your testimony, and then went back up on the porch. According to her statements, she's saying that she was acting because she was scared because you'd been withholding the child. All right. Please
Okay.
continue.
And then Savannah went up on the porch, and then not Savannah, Holly was going towards the porch, and my mother was like, Holly, Savannah doesn't want to come with you. And then Holly just flipped immediately. And Holly said, excuse my language, but said, you shut up, bitch. I'll beat your fucking ass.
Okay.
That's kind of an indicative of narcotics use or drug abuse. I used to work at a place that did drug testing, drug abuse counseling. I kind of know the indicators.
All right,
I
Ms.
guess-
Wright.
I'm not.
I guess just to follow up with that statement you just made, so that would indicate that I was on narcotics. You've never heard somebody that's not on narcotics use that phrase before? That just means that you have to be on narcotics.
No, Holly. Mr. Kometz, I've answered your question.
Yeah, and next question. This is the next question.
I've heard it come from other people, but Holly, you went from one extreme to the next immediately.
That doesn't answer my question, Tyler.
It is.
All right, all right, hold on. Re-ask your question, ma'am. Let's see.
Okay, so I was asking that, you had just said my statements, specifically with the profanity in it, that showed that I was on narcotics. My question is, you've never seen other people Like,
No, ma'am, he did not say your statements was indicative of drug use. He was very specific in saying your behavior along with your statements indicated you were using narcotics. He was giving the example that your behavior, your erratic behavior, changed drastically multiple times, flip flopping between emotions for no reason. That you were exhibiting erratic, irrational behavior. So much so that you were scaring your daughter. He didn't say your statements alone made him think you were on drugs. He said your behavior as a whole combined with your statements made him think you were on drugs. Exactly. Yeah.
use that word or use those phrases and not be on narcotics, that solely by itself was saying that, yep, she did some sort of drug.
You went from an extreme low to an extreme high.
But yet you just stated when I got there, I was already frantic and crying and asking for water. And now you're saying that I went from an extreme low to an extreme high.
Extreme high, tell my mom that you're going to assault her.
I guess our definitions of low, I was thinking when you said
Oh,
extreme low.
Objection. The person has the right to ask questions, but not to testify.
Right. Correct. So, and I've allowed some really coming up to the line on that one, ma'am. So please ask your question or ask another question.
Okay, yep, I can ask another question. During that situation, did even though it was my weekend, did I end up taking Vanna with me?
No, you did not, because Savannah did not want to go with you.
Okay,
She was scared of you.
okay. And just to make sure, so I have the opportunity later on when I do my own testimony to like speak more on that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay,
Because
all right.
you have the right to testify right now. You're asking questions.
I know. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't doing, I still have the opportunity to speak on it later. That's all.
Okay.
All right.
Please continue on your questions.
Okay, this is the last question about that situation, but our last time you had testified that you saw me driving erratically on the road from your porch. How far, realistically, how far can you see from your porch down the road?
I can see down my driveway. Then I can see from my driveway probably 50 yards.
From your driveway? When you were standing by the house, you can see 50 yards down the road?
Yeah,
And in that time, that's where you're claiming that I was driving erratically?
I could hear your engine.
You could hear it or you could see me?
I could
Because previously you said you could see me.
I could see you and hear your engine, Holly.
Okay.
Sounded like you were trying to Dale Earnhardt it down the road. And I could see how
I
fast you're
don't know
getting.
what that means.
I would just like to state that this poor man has fucking had it with her bullshit. Like, he's just done. I can tell by his tone of voice and the way he's regarding her that he's just done with her bullshit. And I believe by the tone the judge is taking with her that he too has had it with her bullshit. I think everyone at this point has just had it with her bullshit. Oh my God. Okay, so we're not getting through all 6 days of this hearing in one day. We will be coming back to this on our next live stream, which will be late tonight, as usual. I'm gonna lay it down exactly. Beware. Exactly. So I'm going to bid you all a good night. And if you ponder anything from this, let it be a cautionary tale. Don't be like her. She couldn't care less about the well-being of her child whatsoever. Just it's pathetic that she still has that smug attitude. And if you take away something, take away that you cannot incredulously behave like that in court. You cannot spit in the face of a judge in the justice system and behave so smug and arrogant that you think you can't be reprimanded. Don't be a Karen. Yeah, right? I love you guys. My parting message that I would like everyone to take away from this is just don't be a dick. Don't be a douchebag, and you won't end up in the situation this woman has found herself in. Just don't be a dick. And with that, I am signing off and bid you a good night. Aw, beware. I'm so glad you're still here. And again, I am proud of you. Good night, all.